don't know what I look like. What do I look like? I haven't looked in the mirror. Right, I'm here. I wasn't going to do this, but I've woken up at 9 a.m. randomly after a few days of just being sporadic with whatever I'm doing. I'm not even doing anything. I've not been out of my house in 2 days. We're on here. So, we weren't going to do this as much. We were thinking, should we stop? Shan't we stop? Should we do it? Shall we not do it? And then I noticed I had I'm getting subscribers when I'm not even streaming. So, that was one sign. And then I was like, well, should I do this or shouldn't I do this? Should I do... Do you know what I mean? And I was like, somebody give me an iPad. Just give me an iPad. So I was like, and I wanted an iPad for this to keep an eye on the chat a bit more, but obviously the iPad's down here and the screen's there, so ideally you want it in the same sort of height, don't you? Otherwise you're not looking at cam. But I got an iPad, so that was another sign. So I thought I got some subs when I was offline, so I thought, well, that's a sign. Somebody left a comment. No one left a comment for weeks, you know what I mean? So that was another sign, like that means I got to respond. And then somebody gave me an iPad, and there was an error one as well. I can't remember what it was. So I did it. I've gone live, so that gives me a chance to figure out what I can do. That one. Select a channel, basically, so I can hopefully get live chat in here. Hopefully. Let's have a look. View your channel. I'm live. Apparently. Channel. There you are, can you hear my voice? I'm live. Apparently. How would I mute it? There you are, can you hear my voice? I think with whatever I'm doing, I'm not even doing anything. Oh no, I've rewinded it. I've muted it. Right, apparently I have the chat window there, so I won't need to keep doing this. Do you know what I mean? Problem is I got to look down there until I figure out a way of getting it the same height. I got a thing there that's perfect, but it's filled with all, like, not medicines, but all the bits and bobs I don't use. Unless there's a crazy 17 viewers, eh? Oh, I've got messages down here. Then I'm going to do this now. I'm going to look down there, look up here. Hello, Maxine, is it? Still quite small. Does anybody know how to make it bigger? How do you make a chat window bigger on an iPad? Hello, Maxine. Hello, Amir. Hello, Simple. A writer or a director, do I? Sorry. Well, I'm not sorry. And these glasses, I gotta make it a little bit bigger. Would you make the fonts bigger? I've never used an iPad. Just got to do that. Have I just like zoom in with my... Oops. Whoops. Whoops. Whoops, I'm going to ban somebody. Right. We need to make the chat pop out. There it is, there, isn't it? Pop out chat. Let's have a look. There, it's a bit bigger. Let's have a look. You look like a writer or a director. Hello, you from? Where are you from? I'm English. I live in England. 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 I don't know how you exactly say it. Say it how you want to say it. As long as it sounds something like one of those three things. England, England, England. We will be able to interact. Notice the delay there. So let me just put a message up there. I'm not seeing that message. Yeah. Can you tell me if my video game ideal is good? Who's this? What's your video game ideal? Do you stop cheating? Right? Do you promote teamwork? Right? If you do those two things, you're better than any other game out there. Boom. You're better than any other game out there. You are now number one in the game list for actually what a game is supposed to be. So. You're from Dubai, are you? Hello, Amir. But carry on, tell me your game, my deal. That is my game, my deal. Best game in the world. Teamwork, no cheating. Best game that anybody ever designed. Beats every other game that ever was. I'm just gonna do whatever I do. I gotta wash up. I've been drinking bad coffee for days. So day one, starting again. Start drinking a slightly healthier coffee and weaned my way off the caffeine again, which I was slightly doing last week. But I've had a couple of decisions to make. What is bro doing? Whatever I just said. Got a little bit left of this one. We bought a new one, so not a new flavour, a new amount. It's going a bit grey. You don't think so, do you? I don't think anybody cares about your opinion either, mate. You just admitted to being an NPC. Thank you. We get a few of them on this channel. At least you've admitted it. Agent Smith, innit? I'm going to call you Agent Smith, alright? We don't know what we're doing with this. I'm trying to figure out how to use it. Don't think we can use it like that. Ah, right. I see. So it's a bit smaller. Do you know we can make it a bit bigger? Can't see that message. Why am I missing some messages here then? Many thanks, Lauren, whoever said that. But your message doesn't appear in between my messages down here. So some messages are missing down here. So, yeah, he's trying to put me off, isn't he? He doesn't want me to stream. Right, let's figure this out. Put user in a tuck. Oh, that was an accident. You're not being very nice though, are you, mate? I think you need to learn what these things mean. I think you're confused with your feelings. How you make other people feel is not exactly possibly what you think you're doing for them. Because you're not making me happy. You're not making me excited about my day. You're not making me excited about drinking my coffee. I think you're just trying to make me sad. Oh dear. Just bulkies. I'm on all day, mate. Brock, I'm not reading your stuff anymore, mate. So, alright? Unless you start behaving, I won't be reading yours messages anymore. We're making a healthier coffee. Day one of looking after our bodies. So have a good day, Rock. If you ever get that response after you try and do what you do on people's chats, well, I'll give you that response. I'll be different to the rest. Have a good day, Rock. Give you a positive for a change, and what he's probably after is some negativity, so I'll give you some positivity. Have a good day, Rock. Can't read that name there. Somebody's, what's it say? Who's that? Can't say your name very well. You want some attention. Okay. Right then. Let's move on from that. We're figuring out the program with using an iPad, basically. I feel a little bit sick. So, we got a clean mug. Can't read those messages anymore. Yeah, I can't read them messages anymore. Right. Right, we've got to figure out how to use this bloody thing. This makes it easier. I can go down there and scan. See what I mean? I wanted this on purpose to deal with some of the silly messages, you know? Because when you're on here, you've only got a small amount, a little bit. Thank you for helping my channel grow there, Rock, with all these spam messages that I'm not reading. I appreciate your help. Anyway. Right. Rock's helping grow the channel. He's my most active fan. He's my third. He's placed number 3rd. Lauren is number 1. Thank you, Lauren. They think they're hurting your channels, but they're actually helping your channel. I've got so many views the other week because of some trolls. I had 7 hours of watch time because of 4 trolls on one stream. One stream, 7 hours of watch time. Couldn't believe it. 4 trolls did that for me. It was bloody epic. Made me laugh. No! I've got a bit of milk left. Yes, I don't think they understand how YouTube works. Especially when you've got a small channel. If you've got a little channel with, say, I don't know, 200 subs now, I think it is. It was only 50 or 80. But then it kind of creeped up 100 without me noticing. Obviously, that's a lot of chat messages, isn't it? It's a lot of chat going on for somebody with only a couple of 100 subscribers. So YouTube's going to say, oh my gosh, that's a good ratio. Give him some more viewers, eh? Right, we've got to get used to drinking this. We haven't drank this for days now. And we've got to get used to the taste bud. It's a weaker coffee. It's a bit more healthier than what I was drinking. When I don't do very well, I make an instant coffee. When I'm a bit better, I take a bit more time when I make one. Is it called a cafetiere? So it takes a bit longer to make. It helps me not make as many. Does that make sense? Because you've got to like think about making it. No, it's not just like getting a spoon. You got to get the cafetiere open, ain't you, and all that. I think the slower you do something, the better chance you've got to not do it. Does that make sense? This is not exactly deadly. Don't get me wrong. It's a coffee. But we're trying to figure out a way of using this iPad down here and using the phone as well. So we could. No, it won't work that well, will it? Home to unlock. Press home. Where's home on an iPad, do you know? Money. Yeah, that's right. Money will come to those who wait. Good things come to those who wait, but you've also got to close the gap down. You can't just wait for it, you know. You got to walk forward a bit. Hence, I'm streaming. I wasn't going to stream. Just thought I'd get into the habit of doing it with the iPad. So I thought I'd do that now instead of later. Because if I do my tea later, I'll be a bit pickled. Trying to do this and do that. We are trying to figure out where the home button is on an iPad. Does anybody in the world know where or not? Okay. Let's have a look. You need money, everyone does. Yeah, we're missing some messages. What are you making? Right, he left, just me. Lol, what are you making? Nice, you need money though, everyone does. They was not positive, I don't know. You need guys and girls joined, hoped you become famous. Well, I don't want to be famous. It's nice to, how do you explain it? It's a kind of, what was it, what would you call it? I used to do a game stream. And there's only a certain few people you can help. I was doing like coaching or tips. Call it tips. I was giving tips to kids. But if you haven't got a lot of viewers, you can't help many people. So it's a kind of like catch-22. You don't want to be famous, but you need to be seen by a lot of people to help those few that need the help. Do you know what I mean? So fame is a bit of a horrible, not horrible word, it was a bit of a word I avoided. But you need views to be seen, to possibly help somebody, or find people like you, so you can interact with people like you. So you kind of need fame. It's weird. Do you know what I mean? It's one of those kind of catch-22 ones. But anyway, thanks for a nice comment. Yeah, it's a bit random up here. I know I'll see something different. Up there now it says for me 12. 12 people, 2 thumbs up. But then on your screen it might say something differently. So yeah, I get a few on here. First year it was a bit quiet. I think I only uploaded and did some shorts. Chatted to maybe 1 or 2 people. In the last sort of, I'm not sure how long it's been, last 3 months, it's picked up a bit because I was doing it a little bit more and more around tea time. I was usually cooking my food. I seem to get a lot of people to chat to when I'm cooking. And my iPad screen keeps going out. Is there like a way of setting the timer to last longer? I've never used an iPad before in my life. And the clock is wrong as well. So, and where's the home button? But the iPad keeps shutting down. Does anybody know how to make it last longer? Press home to unlock. Where's home? Now I see. So home is the fingerprint button. Then you've got to put the code in. I don't know if I want this screen code. It keeps timing out. I don't want it to keep timing out. How am I going to make it not time out? Where's the settings on this thing? Anybody know where the settings are on an iPad? Settings button. Let's go home. Where's home? I got home. Where's settings? Our screen's timing out too quick. We didn't get a chance to read it. This is like, oh my gosh, my tooth. Right, we're gonna need to brush our teeth. So, this hasn't got as much bite, but it tastes smoother. I need a settings button on iPad. What the hell is that to? Oh well, we don't know where settings is. Oh dear, what are we going to do? You would think they'd put an obvious settings buttons on an iPad, wouldn't you? Where it doesn't look blatantly like a, oh my gosh, it looks like a fan or something. Settings. Maybe you know what I'm looking for. I thought I'd stream while I set this up and somebody might better help me. Date and time, background, app refresh. What about that? I don't want it to time out. It's time out too quick. Battery, screen saving mode. Something like that. Background, app refresh. No. Transfer or reset iPad, no. About, I don't know what I'm doing. I got a feeling this company's made the wording differently for stuff that I'm used to looking for. Settings. Display and brightness. Text size, true tone, night shift, auto lock on. Should we say 15 minutes? See if that does it. Step 1. See if that worked. Right, where is my Google? Where's YouTube gone, people? How do I find YouTube? Apps, books, files, home, maps. Where was I just 2 minutes ago? Messages? No. I ain't got a clue what I'm doing, people. So I can read chat. I'm a bot. I don't know. Is that it? Ah, that's it. Give myself a thumbs up. So we can figure out so if I can move that somewhere else, let's see if we can get this in the window. Kind of works. Kind of works. You're going to help me wash up, people. I've not washed up properly in 2 days. We've been pondering. True story. We've been pondering, people. What are we going to do? It's not as if we've got to do something today or tomorrow. But we were like, shall we stream on this anymore or shan't we stream on this anymore? So, nice hair. I like dark hair. First thing I look on a lady now, hair, 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 hair. I think so, it might not be true. If I was to film myself, what would I look at first? Don't know what I looked at first years ago. I'm trying to think. Probably face. Hair. I'm definitely a hair man. Now. Right. We've had signs, but we don't know what they mean. That's true. That is actually true. We don't know what they mean. So my first sign was, I said at the beginning of the stream, is I wasn't going to stream as much on here. But I get the impression I should. But I also get the push-pull mentality on here. So, but we've had some signs to stream. So, getting the iPad. What are we doing? I am staring at an iPad, figuring out what I'm doing, to be honest. We're stuck in limbo. We're in the middle of starting something, but we haven't actually done it like we've done it in the past. I did a keto diet last year, and I did it really quite well for 100 days. It took me about 3 weeks to understand what I was doing and what I wasn't doing. But we haven't done that recently. We've kind of half-hearted did things. We haven't really had that full intention. I think it's being pushed off the wagon a few times. Not fallen off the wagon a few times. Been pushed off the wagon a few times. So we're figuring out where's our what's the right word? Not momentum, not motivation. Where is it lack of belief? Is it, what is it? What's the word? My vocabulary is not very good. Hello moon and hello desert. I'll say hi, because I do chat a bit. I do ponder, and when I'm pondering I forget I'm replying to somebody's message. You've put a thought in my head and I'm pondering it. So we've got to join a gym, but we don't want to join a gym. We've got a gym in there, but we're not doing it when it's in there, because it's in there. We've got to redo our diet again properly, but we're not doing it properly. But we know we got to do it properly. We're in that kind of weird area, whereas we used to like have a rocket up our ass and we just do things. Like, we got to do this, we got to do this, we got to do this. We haven't quite got that bit. So we're pondering. We're pondering. What is it? I got a separate place to look now, so I'm not looking at this so much because I got a bigger chat window here. So it deals with the trolls a little bit, you know, even though hurt people. Because I don't want to bam, because they're here for a reason. They're not all being paid to shut my channel down. Some of them are here because they're genuinely, there's something going on. That's why they're on my channel. They're not here to troll. You know what I mean? They're here to meet me. They're here to meet a different admin that treats them differently than other admins. Got to find something spiritual in it, people. I believe that's true. The trolls are on my channel. Some of them are paid, but a lot of them just need a bit of, to be treated differently. Problem is, you don't know which ones are getting paid and which ones need to be treated differently. Right, first thing I'm doing on my, whatever I said this stream is called, because it is usually what my stream title is literally what I'm doing. I live in the moment, people. Alright? Other people out there, I don't want to put anybody down, but you don't realise how lucky you are. Maybe you're in work at this moment in time, right? You don't realise how lucky you are, right? So, you, possibly, depending on what part of the world you live in, you're looking forward to your dinner break. So you're looking forward to something, having your dinner soon and not having to work for 20 minutes or half an hour or 45 minutes, whatever you get. On a different note, I believe that I don't like to have long for dinner. I'd rather go home earlier. You know? So if you work in a company that you get 2 half-hour dinner breaks, I'd rather have 1 half-hour dinner break and maybe make it a 20-minute break and go home the extra minutes earlier. That's me though. Anyway, that's a different story. That's a different one. But anyway, you don't realise how lucky you are. Maybe you're just looking forward to your dinner break. Maybe you're looking forward to your dinner break because you're looking forward to you. I know it sounds silly, but some people look forward to having a cigarette. You are actually nuts. You know what I mean? But hey, it's your life. You do what you want with it. And the day you want to quit, you quit, baby. Then you realise you are nuts. But you're never going to listen to somebody who's telling you you're nuts while you're still thinking you enjoy your smoking. But anyway, that's me and another one. It's gone off on a tangent again. So let's say you're looking forward to going home at 5 p.m. or 4 p.m. or 3 p.m. or 6 p.m. You've got something to look forward to. Maybe you're looking forward to seeing your dog when you get home, panting at your front door, jumping up and down. Maybe you've forgotten how amazing that feeling is that your dog's excited to see you when you get home. Maybe you've got a missus waiting for you at home, or what do you call? What do women call their men? A missus, a mister. Maybe you've got a mister that you're looking forward to going home to. Have you realised that? You're actually looking forward to something. Or are you looking forward to watching a TV programme? Or are you looking forward to your dinner, your tea, your meal, whatever you call it? How many different ways can you say tea? We call it tea. I reckon it's stupid. Because a cup of tea is a cup of freaking tea, people. You don't eat tea. You drink tea. But we call it tea. I do believe that some of these languages, that they don't make no sense. You know what I mean? I do agree with that. Some languages don't make no sense. I'm going to create a new language and it's going to make sense. Okay? It's always going to make sense. Alright? So that's my rules. So, I am washing up. Why am I doing that, people, on a live stream? Because I haven't really got much motivation to start again, so I've got to start again. I look at things like start points, but I don't make it too physical. I know there is a start point, and I know there is possibly an end point. So I know there's a start point, and I got to start again. So that's why I put it in my title. Starting again for me is possibly just drinking this coffee, because I haven't been drinking it for a few days. I was waiting for the main stuff to come, but I did have some left over. But because it was a bit hard to get out the bottom of the bag, I used the jar. That's called low motivation. When just lifting a bag up and putting the spoon right to the bottom of the bag, you actually think about that. That's called low motivation, people. Alright? Or running a bath is like, I've got to turn it on, I've got to wait 20 minutes, and I've got to keep checking it's not overfilling, and I've also got to move my arm around to move my salts around. You know, when you start thinking like that, you have what is called low motivation. Alright? You could call that depression as well, but I wouldn't call that depression. Do you know what I mean? Depression's worse than that. Depression is like, what's the point? There is no doing anything. There is like, what is the point? Everything's so blank. But anyway, hello Mr. Connor, how are you, buddy? I got a new message window now, I can read it down here. Hello mate, how are you? Hope you are well. I'm glad I'm doing. Hang on, let's read that again. Hello mate, how are you? You write like me when I write. But you're only texting, I get it. You know what I mean? I understand what people mean. Where's you got? I've got no like gaps, you know, and I got no. You might see me put. If you ever see me type, you might see me put loads of dots to put a gap. Hello mate, how are you? I hope you are well. I'm glad you're on doing a live. Yeah, I was contemplating doing it or not, but I was like, oh, I could do it. Like, do I do this? Don't I do this? Do I do this? Don't I do this? And then I'm not going to say much, but I was given an iPad yesterday, and I kind of took that as a sign because I wanted an iPad to do this, because it was becoming awkward. I don't mind trolls and I don't mind the dickheads, you know, that I get, you know, but it's when you only can see one message in the dickheads message. I don't mind trolls are just trolls, you know what I mean, but it's the dickheads, the maskers. I can't fucking, that's the only annoying bit, is just being having that one message at a time with the thumb. So I've got an iPad here, so I take the iPad as a sign to do this, and I need to look after my body because I've not been looking after it for a couple of weeks, and I'm noticing parts. Pump your tire up, mate. What is he? I wish I could film what I can see out here sometimes. I'm telling you, man. When I move and it's me who's at the issue of anybody figuring out, don't get me wrong, I got that problem anyway, but when you've got a few people on the YouTube and then you're giving your address away easily, do you know what I mean? Once I move and it's only my ass on the line, do you know what I mean? I'll film some stuff. Just see some of the shit I see outside this window. Get a bloody video on it. I know all about the depression being a bit low today. Yesterday at times I sort of lose touch with my reality. I think to myself, am I living or is this all fake? What's real? What's not? What's not you? Don't worry about it, mate. It's all good. If you don't say it, you don't. Do you know what I mean? That's the powers of internet. There's weird things with internet. Internet was supposed to be bringing us together, yeah, which I think internet's great for that. But then when you play a game, kids don't want to talk to each other on the games anymore. But then when you haven't got that visual, do you know what I mean? When you're not in that eye line, would you have said that? Do you know what I mean? If we were face on face, would you have opened up like that? Over the internet gives you that, takes away the body a bit, so we can now be who we want to be. We can just talk. Do you know what I mean? Even me stood here now, even though I know people might be judging me, I can't see you. It's not like standing in front of 100 people and then having to feel your eyes and feel your emotions completely. Do you know what I mean? Reading your red, angry looks, you know what I mean? The vibe, the stare, the dagger, the hatred, the sorrow. Do you know what I mean? Oh, they feel sorry for you there. They're laughing. You know what I mean? It's not the same. Do you know what I mean? So I can be who I want to be a bit. Yeah, well, that's called having a heart, mate, alright? So you're definitely designed for this planet, except for the planet was kind of stolen, let's say. So you're definitely designed for this planet, buddy. You know what I mean? I spent years thinking all that kind of stuff was normal. It was about how tough you were, not how much you cared. Do you know what I mean? So... talking about this baby, I learned the hard way. I wouldn't be like this, even though I was like this inside. I wasn't showing it. Do you know what I mean? I was hiding it in booze, in bravados and whatnot. Put them out there. So anyway. Well, all you can do is keep going. I'm going to read it down here. It's much easier to read down here. It's a bit compacted on the shrink. The screen's like this big down here and you're fitting in that little window. Here I got a bigger screen. What do you find the gym then? How long you been doing the gym? The gym is really good for depression, but it's the hardest thing to do. Or like exercising. Do you know what I mean? Like I've got to the point where I've done my treadmills. I can do 15 minutes sometimes, not regularly. I can do 7 minutes on my treadmill. I was doing some sit-ups as well as doing my treadmill, and I was doing some bench press as well as doing my treadmill. So I got to that kind of level, but actually taking my ass to a gym, and then you've got to do it there. I can piss about here. I can go in there and maybe take me about 4 hours to decide to do it, but once you're at a gym, you've got to do it. You're kind of like, you got an invisible trainer that's telling you to do it. It's called your ego. People are watching. You better get on that machine. Get on that machine. That's what I need to do. I think I need to go to a gym just to give me that little whip. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Having a big heart can be a burden at times. I know, mate. Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. I understand that one. Oh, yes. I understand that one. I learned the hard way as well. It cost me 6 years of my life because I put my neck on the line for others. But yeah, good, nice one. Definitely does help. The gym does help. That's why I'm constantly thinking about doing it. Or I was thinking about streaming my game in the other room, which is where my gym is, and then I will just force myself to do it on the internet. If I'm sat there, I haven't got a viewer, I'm bored, treadmill's behind me, fuck it, press the button and walk for a bit, and then when somebody comes on, I'll get off of it. You know, these little mini challenges. You know, you don't realise. I won't do it. It's weird, isn't it? It's an ego thing, you know? It's not an ego thing. I'm not sitting there, I must get on this bloody treadmill because people are watching me on the stream, but it can make you do things that you wouldn't usually do. So, gym would probably be good for me. Not good for the wallet, but good for me. Training like a madman. Yeah, it definitely does help. I feel a bit flat now, but I know if I was to do some exercises, when was it? Or, was it Friday? Friday, I walked up my dad's, which is a bloody walk. I filmed the steps a few times on the streams somewhere. And then I rid my bike all the way to the water. So that was walking up my dad's, plus cutting his grass, trimming his grass, plus riding my bike down the water, and then riding it home and doing shopping and all that. That one day of just those small, you're talking, it took me probably a total of half an hour, 15 minutes of walking, 15 minutes of riding a bike. But I definitely felt like I was probably my best day that I felt in the last 4 days. And that was the day I did exercise. It's fucking true. Do you know what I mean? No one wants to admit that, but I genuinely felt better that day. Yeah, I know. It's one of those weird ones, you know what I mean? Somebody told me 8 years ago when I went very well. I had a lot of physical issues, so I wasn't really worried about depression. Depression was because of my physical issues. I was depressed at my physical issues. They were like, you know, why don't you exercise? Well, why do I need to exercise? I need to eat this healthy food. I was in this, like, I wasn't exercising mode, but I was eating healthy mode and, you know, doing all that shit. But obviously in the long run, I've learned that exercise is actually quite good for the mental and the physical. It was weird. So now I know I've got to do it. That's what I'm always telling myself. Come on, get your ass to the gym. Come on. I'm pep talking myself. I'm challenging myself. One day I'm saying it on here and putting myself out there. So people can say to me now and again, join the gym yet? Eventually my ego will go, fucking join the gym. Join the gym. Having a big heart. That's damn true, that is me. Makes it hard to get through the day sometimes. I've had to disconnect my heart a little bit. Got some on my shoulder. It's not dandruff, I swear. It's probably, if I get any bits on me, it is dry skin. It is psoriasis. So, I swear. Not that it matters. Strange as a young man as I stopped for a few years because I spent some time. Yeah, I miss me booze. I wish I could drink, because then I wouldn't have chocolate. My only problem with my eating is when I do the stuff, which I don't need to do. I don't even enjoy it. I'd rather have a beer. But I think I've done that stuff long enough now to know a bit about it. And I've done booze long enough to know a bit about that. I don't like putting anything that is bad for people out there, but that smoking stuff has affected my life more than the drinking stuff, I would say. The drinking stuff definitely gave me moments of hot-headedness that wouldn't have been there if it weren't for the drinking stuff. I've never had the hot-headedness stuff with the you-know-what, you know? I've had some rants here, I think, on my own. I've ranted a bit, being on that stuff. But it's definitely affected my eating habits. It's definitely affected my sleeping habits, which has been quite detrimental. Hello, is it Bailey? Bailey Cole? Hello, Bailey Cole. Yeah. Oh, it's very true, mate. Learn from life. Family is a word that means fuck all. Well, yeah, I can understand that, but forgiveness is always good as well. If you can be the one that forgives and you're always open, but you've got to have boundaries. Maybe you've just learned to have boundaries. I don't know. I learned how to have boundaries. It took me, I don't know how long. I lose track of my years. So I spent years not even thinking about how old I was, genuinely. A couple of times people asked me how old I was like, don't know. What? You mean you don't know? So you don't understand, I'm literally living in the moment. I'm not having a very good time, so I'm like living in the moment. Anytime a negative thought come in my head, I was pushing it out. So I literally just living in the moment. I literally found a way to shut everything out. So it's like, people looked at me weird when I didn't know how old I was. I stopped living in you know, that kind of reality. But yeah, it is not a good thing to have. It's hard to explain it without thinking about it. I know exactly what you mean, but it is actually a superpower. Does that make sense? It's a good thing. It's a good thing to have. Imagine you don't have that. Do you know what I mean? There's people out there that hate people that feel things. They actually hate them because they're excited about something and they don't get the excitement. So they actually hate the person who's, you know what I mean? Whereas that person, you know what I mean, who feels good and has got a good art, they're the actual person that can help that person who hates them. Do you get what I mean? It's kind of weird. They're the ones that actually want to help. But they're the ones they hate. It's fucking funny. It's funny. The troll hates the person that can help them or wants to help them. The rest of the people that just see a troll and hate the troll. I don't see that. You know what I mean? Weird. That's a superpower. Because the person that hates doesn't want to help anybody. Wants to bring everybody down to their level. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? But the person with the heart who they want to bring down the most is the one that can help them, that wants to help them as well. It's fucking hilarious when you think about it. Who designed this shit, man? I got to read down here. I got a habit of going back up to the main screen. My cousin, she's a fan of yours. Cannot I get a shout out? Her name is... Is it Ilya Vanau? Is that how you pronounce it? You're not getting me to say a rude word, are you? You're not getting me to say a rude word, are you? Ilya Vanau. Hi, Ilya Vanau. Hope you're okay. Never give up, baby. Never give up. I'm not giving up. I never give up. It's a game to me. If I give up, that's game over. Why would I want to quit? Never quit in a game in my entire life. Keep trying. Practice a bit more. Learn. Grind. Try a different character today, you know? How about you be you for a change instead of being not you? Do you know what I mean? Just try a different character today. Let's be us. Hello, Janet. Is it Isla? Isla Vanau. Isla Vanau. Do it phonetically. Type it so I can kind of sound it out correctly. I wouldn't know how to do that, but that's your problem, not mine. I got to join a gym. I think of you when I think about joining a gym. I think, like, he can do it, I can do it. But I'd rather do my own gym. Because by the time going to a gym would make me do the gym more religiously. Is that the right word? Religiously, you know what I mean? But doing it here will give me a bit more freedom. And I need a bit of freedom at the moment because I'm not struggling, but I am like struggling to do things like drink the right coffee, you know? Or wash my dishes, you know? So I said hello, Janet, but you just said, who am I? What do you mean, who am I? What do you want me to say? Who are you? You joined my stream. If you sit there and listen, you'd understand who I am maybe a little bit. So I couldn't really answer the question. I'm not being bitchy, I just couldn't really answer that question. So I am just being me. doing what I'm doing, chatting to John about the gym. I'm trying to do a shout out with a name that's a little bit awkward. Hello Desert. I love Explorers. Listen to the song Explorers, the song. I love it. It's my favourite song. I haven't put it in here yet. It's one of the songs that used to get me up in the morning. If I ever felt a bit grey in the morning, I used to play that, and it used to really like energise me and get me out of bed. Maybe we need to listen to that again. We're going to put it in the playlist. Now we're on air, I can kind of start doing that, can't I? Many thanks for the thumbs up. Anybody who dropped a thumbs up, I appreciate it. We've been getting a little bit of being me, nice one. You're in a remote village, are you? Could kind of do with living there at the moment. I ain't doing too bad out there because I ain't going out. I haven't been out. We've got a stiff neck. So my job today is to stay off the sofa. This is the problem with when having one of these, right? One of these people. This here can gives me a stiff neck. Other things can give you a stiff neck too, don't get me wrong. But you get a habit of not putting your head back. It's really weird. So just be you, baby. How difficult that is for people. Do you know what I mean? I look at things very energetically. Your decision making does not come from here, it comes from within. Then it gets transferred into here. Do you know what I mean? So who's running you? Does that make sense? Are you actually being you? Are you doing what you want to do? You know what I mean? I supported Liverpool when I was a kid. Somebody asked me, who did you support when I was a kid? Liverpool. When I think about it, now I supported Liverpool because my brother supported Liverpool. I didn't support Liverpool. My brother supported Liverpool and I copied what he did. And I supported Liverpool too. Do you know what I mean? Are you really being you? Now you understand what I'm on about. What are you doing that you actually want to do? That makes sense? See how I think now? You can do that with your entire life, every moment of your life. It doesn't have to be about a football team or a job or... Do you know what I mean? Like, do you actually vote for who you want to vote for? I don't vote, but do you vote who you want to vote for? Or are you voting because your family... Is there like a peer pressure going on around you and you end up doing it because you feel you've got to do it? Are you actually voting for who you want to vote for? Do you know what I mean? People don't ponder this, they just do. They just keep doing all their life. And then maybe one day they end up with a big fucking... Don't want to say any negative words. A big black hole. And then you start facing your reality. Do you know what I mean? Did that for years. Pondered a lot of shit. Moved to Chelsea. There you are now. Well, Chelsea, I got a friend who supports Chelsea. Well, I work with him. He goes up there and sees them now and again. What happens, obviously don't tell me where you live, what happens if your team was in the Premier League? Do you support Liverpool or Chelsea because they've got a chance of winning things and your team doesn't? Is that why you support a team up a bit higher? So when it comes to, this is just how I think, when it comes to seeing games on TV, you can watch a team you're familiar with, where your team's not on TV enough. Do you support another team because your team's not able to be seen at that high level, so you can't watch them on the TV. Is that the reason you support Chelsea? Do you know what I mean? My town, they've got close to the Premier League so many times-ish over the last 20 or 30 years. They deserve to have been in the Premier League by now. Do you know what I mean? So I know my town deserves to be in the Premier League. So I support my town, city still, but there is 2 teams. Now, am I supporting the one that I think of first because it's down the road, or am I supporting it because of my brother supported him when I was a kid because he had a little thingy on his door? Do you know what I mean? So, or is it because they're not in the Premier League? But I don't support any football team at the moment, so I'm more into just whatever I'm doing. Support Liverpool and Young, move to Chelsea. I got to go. My internet is almost running out. And you, buddy. Sorry, your internet's running out. But that's a good thing. Gets you into the real world. My internet's going to be permanent. So, that's why I'm thinking about putting my gaming machine back in the other room. Because in this room will just turn into me cooking on the stream a little bit. And then my gaming will be at night time. And then in my gym, I might go on my gym then. Because if I'm streaming and people see the gym stuff behind me and I never use it, I'll subconsciously end up using it. I know I will. And you might inspire somebody. There's always that. I don't like saying that bit, but somebody might be like, well, if you can fucking do it, I can do it too. So I'm inspiring somebody by jealousy or like anger. Like John keeps coming in my mind about going to. He said he goes to the gym. So, well, sometimes he pops in me and I need to join a gym, and he joined. Why can't I join? What's the matter with me? What's the matter with me? Come on. If you can do it, I can do it. So that's all going on in your subconscious. Fuck it, use it. Use it to your benefit. I haven't joined one yet though. I'm more thinking about getting my PC back in the other room. I got a chin-up bar that I can put on the wall. I've already got a bench press. I've already got a trampoline, a rebounder. That's very good for you. I can do sit-ups on it as well. I got dumbbells. And I got a treadmill. I got enough here. It's just that I'm not using it. I'm going to pay somebody to help me move all my computer stuff. The roads, yeah, I went on my dad's steps the other day. I don't like running though. I got a slightly bad left knee. So I don't like using my treadmill, but it's like a short burst. Do you know what I mean? There's a nice bit of grass over here. They got like 2 rugby pitches side by side. I just don't have that motivation to go out and run like that. Do you know what I mean? I wish I could run. I don't smoke anymore now. So I used to play football years ago and I used to run out of energy really quickly. And it used to frustrate me because I didn't have the... I knew I had, I don't want to say the wrong word, not talent or skill, I can't remember, I can't think what the word. I could play football, but my body wouldn't let me run as fast as I could, so it held me back. So somebody would beat me with the ball because I ran out of puff. Do you know what I mean? Or I beat that player, I didn't have enough energy in my leg to take the shot, so it only went about 50% power, and I've quit smoking now, so I know my football would have improved a little bit. Not a lot, but it would have improved a little bit because I won't be so absolutely out of breath. I take vitamin D, mate. Thanks for reminding me. England's not the most sunniest nation in the world, and I do notice the difference. If you would have said that to me years ago, I wouldn't have noticed a difference, but I do notice a difference. Put it this way, there's a lady now, she's running out of the road, she's always running around. She's running the wrong way, man, what are you doing, woman? She's running the wrong way up the road. I just seen her going that way and I've seen a car going that way. What are you doing, woman? She's always doing it. But she's never doing it the wrong way. I've seen her, what's she doing it the wrong way for? That's dangerous, man. It's double dangerous. So maybe that's a smart thing. She can get out of the way. At least she can see him coming. That's actually smarter. Running the wrong way, you can see him coming. When they're coming behind him, yeah, that's kind of smart. Sometimes I think she likes being seen. because there's no one on pavement. We need to run on the pavement. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, we're rambling on. What was it? Vitamin D, sunshine vitamin. Yeah, I totally agree. A micro bit. Years ago, I wouldn't have been able to explain that, but I've had massive depression, and I've just taken vitamin D3 or been out in the sun, say 5 days in a row, and I felt tired a little bit different by the end of the week, or even in the day, possibly. You know. So yeah, yes, I would say I don't notice it, but I do notice that there would be stuff going on in the background. She's come back now. She's heard me. She's now walking past down the freaking pavement. The white. Well, it doesn't matter which way you walk on the pavement. Is there rules to walking on a pavement? Are you supposed to stay on the left and somebody's supposed to stay on the right? I would say you're supposed to stay on the left. Yeah. And she's just walked past. She's gone that way now. I wish I could film it. If I could film it without it showing my way, my where I live too much, I might film this. I might get a camera and start filming shit out there, and then you can see what I can see. You wouldn't believe what I see out of this window sometimes. So yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, so yeah, I do notice a difference, but don't overly notice it. I've got too good at I do too much good stuff for my body to notice it badly now, whereas I used to do way too much bad stuff for my body, so I would notice missing sunlight, because I take vitamin D anyway, so I know it's not the same as the natural stuff, don't get me wrong. It's a hormone, basically. They didn't look at it, they used to look at it as a vitamin, but it's actually a hormone. So don't anybody ever quote me on this stuff. Go and do your own research. I just regurgitate some stuff that I know. Yeah, that's the thing, innit? It's like, is there an app out there? I'd like to do something with my family, but they don't like to be on camera much, some of them, and I got to figure out a way of doing it. I wonder if there's an AI app that... She's running that way now. She's on the pavement. She heard me. She's now jogging. She's not running anymore. She's jogging up the pavement. So I've watched her run the wrong way down the road, like proper running, and I've seen her walk past my window going that way. Absolutely looks freaking knackered, and now she's like doing micro jogs going that way along the pavement. Or was it that way? I don't know. It's 3 times I've seen her now. So is there like an AI app that I could film out there and it would put little blurs on people? You know, that is what I need. Anybody know about that? Yeah, hormones, yeah. Yeah. I've been using it for 8 years now. Obviously depression was my first reason to use it. I was too depressed to leave the house, to go out. I was sitting in my house, and I know how important it was for me to sit in the sun, but there's no way the depression was going to let me go out. She's fucking running down the road now. Do you know what I find funny the most? She's fucking smiling. She's fucking smiling. She's running the right way down the road now, mine. Yeah, so that's what, I didn't have the strength to go out to get the sunshine vitamin, so I took the vitamin D3 just to help a little bit, which maybe helped me run a bath, you know, things like that. I had to wash my clothes once a week. I didn't wash my clothes for months. I got to the point where I was throwing my clothes away, and I might buy a new t-shirt. Then I've also got a weird thing where I can't throw my clothes away, but I realise you've got to throw old clothes away. It's old energy in it. So not easy for somebody who gets connected to shit to throw stuff away. Do you know what I mean? I really struggle throwing shit away. A true story, people. I'm going to show you the proof. These are birthday cards that my family write on. Alright? I don't throw that shit away. That's the letters, mind. It's got their writing on it. So. Everything has energy, baby. Oh, yeah. We get all that on it. We get all the energies on her, don't we? We get the hate. We get the love. Everything's energy, baby. What is he doing? Fuck me, man. I gotta film this stuff, man. This kiddie's going down. One's got an electric scooter, the other one's got an electric scooter. They both got electric scooters, but they're more like push bikes, but they're more like dirt bikes, but BMXs. A mixture of all that stuff together. He's in front of him, but this one behind here has got his left foot on his tailgate bit, so it's making him get pulled down the road. But you've both got, maybe his battery's dead or something. Maybe they're playing smart. I just can't believe what I'm seeing outside this window at this moment in time. Wow. What are you doing today? I don't know. I'm literally just trying to stand up straight for a bit. I've been kind of sitting down a lot the last 2 days. And my neck is proper stiff. I need a massage. I said this to myself. I walked past. I'll be honest, I thought it was a naughty one. But I wasn't sure. So I don't want to walk in. When was it? I was trying to be good to myself. When was it? 7 years ago? Been here 3 years. Yeah, let's say 7 or 8 years ago. Walked past a masseuse parlour, but I wasn't sure what sort of masseuse parlour it was, and I said, right, I need to treat myself. I need to pay for somebody to make me feel good. I know that sounds bad, but do you know what I mean? I remember walking past it. I think it was Swedish. Is that the right word? Seem stressed? No, I'm not stressed. I don't. You won't see me stressed. I've been stressed multiple times. I don't show it that much anymore now. I'm pondering. I'm standing up straight, straightening my neck out. That's step 1. I've washed up my dishes. Step 2. There. Step 3. Can I show you this here? No, I can't. I've got... Because I was thinking about not really doing this stream anymore. And I did say to somebody about, can I have an iPad, about a month ago? Because I need to keep an eye on the trolls. I haven't got to ban them now. I haven't got to, like, I can kind of see... On here I can only see 2 messages. So I can't tell how, if somebody was nice up here and then they've turned horrible down here, I can kind of say like, well, they was nice up here, so I'll let them slide a bit, you know? I couldn't see that before. It was a bit awkward. I fell out with somebody one day on here and I didn't realise they weren't a troll. They were just bad English, like my English. So I ended up falling out with them a little bit, and I realised afterwards they weren't actually a troll. So I've got an iPad, so to me it was a sign that I need to keep streaming. So now I can keep an eye on the chat on a bigger window. So pondering, yeah, I've done a lot of pondering. People don't ponder. You need to ponder, people. People are very busy, don't get me wrong. They've got way too much going on to not ponder anything. You need to ponder, people. You need to sit there and ponder. You need to put the mobile phone down. You can't turn the Wi-Fi off and all that, but I think you need to, a lot of people out there, you need to sit in a park, middle of fucking nowhere, and ponder. So no distractions. Turn your mobile phones off, everything, and just ponder. Ponder what you're doing, what you want to do, what are you doing, what you want to do, and just ponder. Yeah. I got another stream anyway, but I'm not getting many views on it. But I haven't done it for a few days. I bought a brand new bloody game and I'm not playing it. That's how much I've been pondering some stuff. So basically, I am a... What would you call this? I'm nearly a pro at keto. I'm nearly a pro at quitting weed. I'm nearly a pro at getting my sleep back. I'm nearly a pro at exercising. But I'm not doing any of them. So I need to redo all these things again. I'm at the bottom of a mountain that I know how to climb. I've just got to climb again, basically. Exercise, diet, meditation, grounding, nature, riding bike, buying healthy food, finalising more healthy menu so I don't keep eating the same things over and over again and I don't get bored, basically. Yeah, I like that word as well. What was that song? Halsey? Be kind. Big word. So I treated myself to a dining table and a geography jigsaw back then and some new t-shirts and 2 pairs of tracksuit bottoms. I bought them at the same time. I proper treated myself. Bought 2 pairs of tracksuit bottoms at the same time, people. At the same time. Different colours. Oh yeah. So, we've washed up. We've started drinking healthy coffee. We've got to get on our bike and go shopping. We've got a stir fry ready anyway. We bought one. We'll get back to eating some meatless stuff. We've ate a bit of meat. We even ate meat on Sunday. We usually have a meatless Sunday lunch, but we had an actual chicken. Always be kind to yourself. Live in abundance. Oh, I love your words. I got a feeling you're a bit spiritual. Huh? I think you're a bit spiritual. I am, even using the words, baby. The hardest thing for me is reading a book, and I've got about 10 books I need to read. There's 5 that I've not been talking about. That's the hardest part for me, is sit still and read. Same with meditation. That's why I wanted a motorhome. I can just get away, man. I can park near a lake, middle of nowhere, and I can just... I've segregated myself into meditation. No distractions. Forced to meditate. I wouldn't say I'm good vibes like I was. I got good vibes in me when I raised my vibe. But I can't get in trouble on this channel because it says I'm just being me, and that's who I am today. Doesn't mean I'll be that person tomorrow. Whoever I was on Friday doesn't mean I'm that person today. I'm not me. You'll know when I'm me. Or you'll definitely know when I'm me. You'll definitely feel the energy. You'll definitely feel the energy. Right. We're going to try and do this. One more. And that's my lot. Got to weaned my way off this. That is not actually filtered it. Because it wasn't done. Because I'm not thinking. Sod it. Some slightly unfiltered water. There are many people. Yeah. Not many people rang me. I know they're out there. I watch them on the internet. I watch people like me on the internet. Looks like I might be talking. I can't see your avatar though. What's your avatar? It's not big enough. Does your avatar mean anything? Ah, tried. I see the wording. am I looking for? This thing. And I can throw this away. I got recycling to throw away from the weekend. I usually recycle every day. And I've been letting it build up. So I've got an entire weekend's worth of recycling to get rid of. Read it down here. Keep going to use that thing. We have to find our tribe. It was a beautiful sunset before. I can't see it either. Well, the sun comes up 12 hours later. It can be a beautiful day again. Today I think I'm going to ride my bike. The problem is now, right, for me, I got to redo all this, what I've been doing, and the weather's turning a bit crap. I've noticed I've barely worn my shorts at home the last day. The last 24 hours I've had my shorts on and realised I need to put my tracksuit bottoms on. So the weather's, the whatever you call it, the weather's changing. My flat is super insulated, mind, and I mean stupidly insulated. It is not going to cost me much to run my radiator. I got to put it on for an hour and the room will stay warm for like 4 hours. It's all good, baby. Got to get rid of this stiff neck. I've got one thing I haven't got to worry about. I've got to look at the positive on that. I haven't got to worry about that at the moment. I've got to worry about something next week. 2 things next week. And I've got to worry about one more thing. But I'm trying to not worry about that. Well, not worry. Worry's the wrong word. Now, do you mean you actually lost your sight? It's a bit hard to tell. I've lost most of my sight, so I appreciate what you have. I get you now. I thought it was a kind of spiritual line, you know? Because we were kind of talking that way. Forgive me, I didn't realise. Partial in your left. What have you tried? Have you tried non-Western ways? Definitely save your left. Yes, you've not lost it. Don't get me wrong, but you do not appreciate the things you have got until you are possibly losing them. I lost some years ago. You don't appreciate what you got until you lost it. You know what I mean? I still got to deal with one thing. A couple of things really, but I don't let one of them bother me. But sometimes until we meet some proper dark stuff, we don't realise how light our life was. You know what I mean? So I didn't mean to belittle your comment. I thought it was a kind of a spiritual comment, but it's more of a physical one. Keep grounding. My right is down, my left eye got inflamed. keep being creative. That's all I can say. I don't know how much vision you've got, you know, so you're keep being creative. Keep being creative, baby. That's all I can say. Don't know what you can do and what you can't do, but keep trying. Do a jigsaw. Draw, sketch, whatever you can do. Do something creative. I watch videos all the time. Inspiring videos. Is that done or not done? It's not done. It is done, isn't it? It is done. It's definitely easier to read on here now. I'm sorry if I'm not looking at this camera as much. I'm going to try and set it up where I can have this iPad a bit higher. My intention was to buy the upgraded phone so it has a separate window. Then I can put the chat window on the right. That was my intention. We've not had many trolls. Plus they've been feeding my channel so many views. I don't think they realise how much they've helped my channel. I've uploaded on here for probably a year, didn't really get anywhere, and since I've live streamed and the trolls helped me for about, I'd say, 2 months of my streaming, there's been constant trolls. They're not as blatant, you know what I mean? I've known I've had trolls in the past, but people haven't seen them because they've not been blatant. But I know they're not here for good intentions. Let's just say that much. And then my channel's just been getting extra views due to that, you know. Yeah, I know. It's funny. It makes me laugh. They make me laugh. They're here to try and take you down. They're here to try and take your energy, and they're just literally feeding your channel more views, which means you get more positive people. I got to the point, I noticed a balance change on your, I don't know how to explain it. Let's look at the world as good and evil, yeah? So, good and evil, yeah? Now, as a streamer, it's a little world. Do you know what I mean? I've never experienced my world start, so evil has always been prevalent, I can't say the word, prevalent in my eye line. I see it all the time. Do you know what I mean? But just recently on my stream, I've had people, because the trolls, their negativity has brought in more views from YouTube, because YouTube just care about you getting views. Oh, you've got more people on here chatting. They don't care if they're trolling you. They don't care if you're feeling uncomfortable or whatever. YouTube sends you more views, but that allows me to get a bit of light in here. So I get some people that have got a bit of light in them, and then I noticed about a week ago, when it might have been about the last 2 weeks, it might have been a week ago, I can't remember, but I started noticing troll, and now people are now sticking up for me in the chat. So there's a little war going on, and the balance is changing in my favour now because of the trolls. The trolls have brought the light to my channel, which is people that are more positive, willing to stand and type and say something back and stick up for the person that they're watching. I've noticed that recently. So then the trolls have actually brought them to my channel. Whereas before, it was just me chatting to a screen, maybe 3 viewers, maybe getting 10 views on a video I uploaded after it's been up for 30 days, you know. Now I'm getting more views, more people, more chance to find somebody in the tribe or whatever, do you know what I mean? More like-minded or like-hearted, whatever. And it's thanks to the trolls. They don't understand. It's a simple rule. And we don't, I don't kick them either. Now I've got this extra screen. I can now kind of keep an eye on what they're saying a bit, because sometimes I turn around and they might have said something that was a bit naughty, but I've missed it. Do you know what I mean? So, because it's only a little window down here. But now I can keep an eye on it a little bit, just so they're not abusing somebody else. And I did fall out with somebody who was actually a genuine viewer, because he was Polish. He didn't understand what I said. I was calling myself a transmuter. And he said, are you trans? And I thought he was trolling me. So I like had a go at him. You know what I mean? And it was somebody who was a genuine viewer literally 2 minutes before typing some nice messages, but I didn't see the message because it's gone off the screen. So I wanted the iPad for that, just so I didn't get that little mix up with somebody ever again. Yeah. So yeah, they've been helping my channel. That little all the darkness in the world cannot put out a candle. Do you know what I mean? So if that makes any sense. They can try, but all they're doing is getting more light, you know what I mean? It's a weird one. Everything's energy. I've noticed it recently on here. I don't have moderators on here because I don't want my trolls to be banned. Some of them are genuine trolls and some of them are not trolls. So, and I don't know which one's what. Sometimes I know, I can tell. Sometimes I don't, so I don't want to just ban. But I suppose it'll come to the point where if I keep getting more views, that was another reason, as I was not sure if I was going to do this much anymore because of the stuff that was being said on here. I got some subscribers when I was offline, so I thought, right, that's a sign. I'm getting subs when I'm offline. And I'm thinking about not doing it, and all of a sudden I just got like 8 subs when I'm offline. Okay, that's a sign. And then the iPad come, that's a sign. And then there was a couple of other things I won't say. So, doing it, baby. Stood here looking out a window. Talking out loud. Is that the right word? Thinking out loud. There you are. Just saying whatever's in my bloody head. Sometimes it's language difficulties, like. Yeah, I do 5 minutes, get their watch time. They come back as well. I say some stuff to wind them up. Then they got to come back and have another 2 pennies worth. And then you got another 5 minutes of watch time. But I'm mostly trying to work them out. Are you a troll? Are you a stalker? Do you know what I mean? Should we waste not, want not? We should not waste. I'm trying to tidy up a bit. This is one of my ways of tidying up. Use some stuff up. I nearly played a game yesterday for the first time ever in the day. Literally, I was thinking about playing it about midday. I was thinking, I haven't done that for ages. Last time I did that, I was completely trapped in my home. So, I didn't want to start that one off again. But I'm sitting here twiddling my thumbs. Should I just play a game in the day? Gives me something to do. Maybe I'll edit a video then, so it'll be creative in a way. So... yeah, I think sometimes you vibe it, you know, you can vibe a person's true intentions. I get moments like that. And then sometimes you get so much of it, you don't know if it's the same person being 3 people in the chat, so they look like they're getting supported. Because somebody wants to troll you, somebody wants to bully you, somebody wants to bring you down, and they'll have a second account on there, and they're typing on both to make it look like they're being backed up. Do you know what I mean? Or some of them genuinely do walk around in a group doing that. Do you know what I mean? So, sometimes you can kind of tell, sometimes you can't. Either way, they're giving you watch time. They're giving you views. So I've been pondering it the last few days, and I've had a few signs telling me to do it. So, the problem is, like I said, I'm at the bottom of the mountain. I know all my tools that I need to do. I just need to start doing them again. I now know how to do what I need to do. I now know how to beat weed. I now know how to get my sleep back. I now know how to exercise. I know what to eat and what not to eat. I don't have quite the right diet in the sense of the menu, so I need to do that. There's bread I got to make. There's something else I got to make as well. I got to make my own chocolates on my own bread. That was 2 problems for me. And there was another meal I needed to make, and I've already got kind of the ingredients for all 3 of them, so that gets done on here. I got some DIY that needs doing. That gets done on here. This channel does help me do things. Generally does. I got my 3D printer, but we're not printing nothing. I bought these knives to tidy up the prints that I've been doing, but it didn't work very well. So, looking a bit crap. And that's with the tools that I had. I think I've missed a message. Yeah, this one's missing. I'm missing a message. Why am I missing that message? No, I didn't miss a message. I actually, my thumb was in the wrong part of the screen. Sharing helps motivate. Yeah, it definitely does. Make yourself look a plonker. Somebody out there listens to you being a plonker and they don't think they're a plonker. You look the plonker. They don't look the plonker. They don't have to go through what you're going through. You're being the plonker for them. Does that make sense? That makes sense what I'm all about? So maybe I look like a plonker on here, but somebody out there is not willing to do some of the things that I'm doing on here because they're worried about they might be a plonker. But now they're going to go off and do it and no one's going to be watching them do it. Just get what I mean? So being the plonker helps somebody. I'm willing to be the plonker. Alright? I'm willing to be the plonker. How's about that? Let me just quickly check my space. Right, that's that done. It's 12:30. We've got a new game to play, we're not playing it. So we've got to play that tonight, no matter what. Yeah, streaming's good, I think. I think streaming when it's done just being real, not trying to be something you're not. I don't watch streamers that much, but now and again YouTube sends me somebody. There's a girl it's just sent me who's a gamer, and she's completely different to the rest of the, no offense to the girl gamers out there, please don't be offended, but she hasn't got her you know what's out. She isn't trying to get her you know what's out. She isn't sitting provocatively to get views. She is playing games and making content, and it's kind of comical. And I like it because it's completely seems to be her. I think there's a bit of editing going on in the background, you know. There's a little bit of set up sketches a little bit, but it's nice to see it. It's kind of inspired me to be who I am, because when I'm on my games, I think me being me is quite alright, you know? I don't like the rage. You rage. I had lag for years, so I was raging because of lag. I didn't like that. I hated that. It really made me look bad. Didn't like that. It really annoyed me. Because that's not me. It's like 15 years of playing 7 nights a week with no rage, and all of a sudden you're raging for 3 years straight on a game because you're lagging out because the game is lagging your ass right out. That made me look bad. I didn't like that. Oh. We got to, we're playing a game with no lag, and we don't ever have to do that again. See you later. Nice chatting to you, Chaos Love. Everything's energy, baby. Love is all around. Keep getting that song as well. And you too. Right. Let's empty this, and then this is done. We've got to do something else as well. We've got to drink our healthy drink, which we've not been doing for 3 days. So, we've been pondering doing this. This is why I haven't been doing much. I haven't been able to do my diet properly. I haven't been able to do something else. I've been pondering, do I do, because this helps me do things. I don't think people realise. This gets me to do good things. That's why I film myself, because it puts me on the block. But I've had a kind of a weird few days, so I've had to kind of like ponder. Do I do this? Don't I do this? Do I do this? Don't I do this? Do I do this? Don't I do this? I've been trying to figure it out. I think I figured it out. I got to do this. I think I figured it out. So, oops. And we're not used to using an iPad. We've used 14% battery getting to this point. So, right. I just need to join a fucking gym, man. I just keep getting that thing in my head. Just join a gym. Join a fucking gym. Become regimented with it. Go to the gym Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Do that for a month. And then that'll implement my exercise back again. Or I got to put my computer in the other room and set that room up. For fuck's sake. What do I do? What do I do? I am not procrastinating. I am pondering. And the weather's gone cold now. What day is it? Tuesday. Anybody who needs to buy a car and you're not sure what colour you need it to be, just sit there and look at all the cars go by you, past your window. See which ones you go, oh, that was nice. Then you know what colour you like. Alright, there you are. There's a tip. At least I haven't got a drinking problem anymore. There's a positive. I don't smoke anymore. There's a positive. If I do this for 5 days, I get all my motivation back. Come on. That was 12, man. We woke up at 9. We took that as a good sign. We slept right through, with the help of a you know what. But hey. Just do it, baby. Sadly, you can't re-listen to music on her without getting in trouble. I've got away with it a few times on her. Should we just join a gym? I need a gym with loads of different machines. Don't really want to do free. I want to do incline bench press, but my shoulder keeps playing up. So I want to use a machine that is super strict to see if it's just bad positioning. Maybe I can exercise it. I don't know. Still alive, yeah, mate. I'm pondering out my window. I ain't got nothing to do, you know. It wouldn't matter if I had something to do anyway. I still wouldn't really be doing it. We're getting back to where we were. We're bottom of a mountain. I'm staring at a mountain in front of me. I know exactly what I got to do. I know exactly how to do it, except for a few menus. I don't know how to make my own chocolate. I don't know how to do that, but I got to learn how to do that. That's part of the stream. And I got to fucking find a gym. Excuse my language. I'm trying to think. Am I not joining a gym just because it's day one thinking, or is it because I'm worried about being seen? Trying to sit in that feeling at the moment. And I'm trying to outweigh the worry of being seen, if that's the energy that I'm feeling. Or is it an energy of laziness? Or is it an energy of worrying about being seen, but then I'm trying to put water on that fire to put that energy out by saying, I'm going to do it in the day. Not many people will be in there in the day. Whatever that energy is stopping me, I'm trying to put the fire out. Basically. Or do I just start doing it here again? But I kind of need to go out. I need to cross that boundary. I need something different in my life. I need something like that, I think. Like if I was playing darts like I used to years ago, there's this, you're out in the real world. When you go into a pub and people are saying your name and, do you know what I mean? I need that interaction. I'm isolated for too long. That's why I'm thinking I need to join a gym. I need to have to say hello to people. I'm looking at this as an energy thing, people. Nothing else. Sorry, I'm pondering too much. Why isn't this one moving? It's moving, but I'm not paying attention to it. Let's have a look. Where are you saying half? Is it lagging out, is it? Protect your peace. Not everyone deserves you. Complete the words. Stay away from alcohol. It's a gateway drug for sure. Alcohol, I don't know. For me, it wasn't. I didn't do drugs at all. It wasn't me. People say that about marijuana, and I have no intention to do anything stronger. You know? I actually regret ever having that in my house. You know? I regret that. That's actually one of my regrets. I think it has moments, marijuana. It has good moments, but I don't think doing it regularly is never good. It is not like alcohol. If you give me a choice now, which one would I do regularly and which one do I not? Out of my experiences, I would pick alcohol. But that doesn't mean I would do it 7 days a week. You know what I mean? When I was quitting it, trying to heal my inflamed liver, I had this mentality in my head. I'm going to drink again, but I'm only going to drink like a job. So Monday I'm not going to drink. Tuesday I'm not going to drink. Wednesday I'm not going to drink. Thursday I'm not going to drink. And on Friday I'm going to say, you've deserved to have this drink because it's Friday. And you've worked hard this week by not having a drink. You can now have a drink. That's what I was going to do, but sadly we never got there. It's turned a bit permanent, people. So, you know, maybe you're not in my position. You can have that drink. So you've got a lot of people out there think that they can't quit drinking. Who said you got to quit drinking? How about you cut down? And how about you do what I wanted to do that I can't do? Do you know what I mean? That's not aimed at anybody on here. I put it out. You know what I mean? It's out there now. Somebody, is that me? Hang on, I can't get rid of the screen thing. I'm not used to the iPad, so forgive me. When you drank, did it all work out for you? Can you stably and functionally drink up? No. No. I gotta drink way too much. I would love to have a drink now to see how many beers I would need. Do you know what I mean? Just to see, you know? I had this thing. I didn't realize it was performance anxiety, right? So I go out. I was pretty good at darts, all right. I was pretty good at darts, but a lot of thinking was going on when I was playing. Do you know what I mean? Ego, worries. This will look good. I wonder if or a lot of these voices in my head was like making it hard for me to just be in the moment with my darts, in that focus state, and just being relaxed. Do you know what I mean? So I was boozing it up to try and remove that. So it used to take me a certain amount of beers. Do you know what I mean? I had this method when I go out. I go out. What time did the pub open? 6. Pub would open at 6. I'd be the first one there. I'd be outside 5 minutes before it was opened to warm up for darts, not to get drunk. To warm up for darts. And part of the warm up was drinking certain amounts of beers to desensitize myself, to let me be able to just be me on the dartboard, just throw. Do you know what I mean? I had this plan that I was doing. Weird. Weed is the worst, especially. Any reason you've just put that one in here, buddy? Just drop that one in there. Sleep personality. So I feel your pain. Weed is the worst, especially for someone with an addictive personality. I don't think I'm addictive. I understand that word, but I don't think I have got an addictive personality. I think I've got some stuff going on while I use those things. You know what I mean? I was looking to be desensitized, I think. I don't quite agree with that word, but I do understand that word, Alcohol for me allowed me to talk to a girl. Alcohol for me allowed me to laugh, dance. It desensitized me from the rigidness. Do you know what I mean? That's what it allowed me. I am not pushing that as that. You should face that without it, but you didn't know that's possible because no one teaches you that. Do you know what I mean? No one teaches you it's possible to go without something. So my body went tits up, so I had to face it without it. Do you know what I mean? So I've realised you can beat it without needing it. Do you know what I mean? You don't need a tablet. Does that make sense? Oh no. You love weed, it's your best friend. You've started off with a comment like that and you've gone into you love weed, it's your best friend. I don't know who that is. That's a trap because we smoke weed in the UK with tobacco, which is nicotine is the hook, so it's very simple. So you depend on alcohol, you relied on alcohol to do certain things, so therefore did you need it in order to do the things you liked? I wanted to be well, maybe I didn't want to be a professional darts player. Maybe that was in my head, but I realised that wasn't going to happen. I'm too nervous. You know what I mean? I didn't realise I was too sensitive. I just thought I was too nervous. You know what I mean? Some people can stand up and take a penalty and they look like they're not nervous, and you can see the other one be nervous. So I didn't hate myself. I watched England players shitting themselves taking a penalty. Do you know what I mean? That's like playing darts. Taking a penalty is like playing darts. Every dart in your hand is like a penalty because it's got to go exactly where you aim it. Otherwise, you miss. The other player is going to beat you. If you miss, just like when you play at a decent level and you only get a 45 and they're getting 80s, you're losing. You know what I mean? You're going to lose because they're getting that one dart in somewhere where you're getting a 5, they're getting a 60. Do you know what I mean? Or you're getting 2 5s, they're getting 2 20s. You're going to lose. Do you know what I mean? So for me, it was desensitized. You know. Yeah, I did all that years ago. They definitely do. Smoking is one thing I will always say there is nothing in it. It is stupid. right? And I can say that because I've quit. You know what I mean? I do not hate people that smoke. I completely understand why you smoke. It's very addictive. I completely understand it. It's not just addictive to the body. It's addictive because somebody's walking down the street smoking a cigarette in your face, and then you're getting reminded about having a cigarette. Whereas you don't get that as much with somebody walking down the street with a bong in their hand or a beer in their hand. You see more people with a cigarette in their hand, so it's a constant reminder that you have an addiction. Do you know what I mean? I use weed for, how many years was it? I don't know. 5 years? Might be slightly wrong. 5 years for sleep. I've only used it probably 2 years for suffering. That's it. It was never, I still don't quite associate it with suffering. Booze I probably associated with suffering. I used to bury myself in booze. The weed for me is just suffering. Now, once I don't have so many issues, I won't go back to it. But I'll always need something. I'll always want to let my hair down, I think. You know what I mean? But I know what it's like to be high, in the sense of natural high. I know what that's like. I'm a naturally high, vibey person anyway, but I'm not there now. Do you know what I mean? I now know I can quit weed, but I don't want to quit everything. You know what I mean? But I've never meditated. Maybe if I meditated and I reached that extra level, possibly. Who knows? I've been pretty up there. One of them levels, mine. I've been pretty up there. And I mean pretty up there. I wouldn't say I'm recovering. I'm just got some issues at the moment, you know? That make me want to get in it a little bit. But they're not major issues, but they are. Do you know what I mean? So, I don't do any of my stuff. I would class myself as an alcoholic for maybe 4 years, max. Let's say 5 years maximum. I'd say it was only 2 or 3. But let's say 5 years as an alcoholic. I had a drinking problem for 15 years, 10 years, 20 years possibly, I don't know. But I would never class myself as an alcoholic for maximum 5. Do you know what I mean? So I'd say I had a sleep issue with my weed, a kind of problem with the weed where it's more of a suffering. I'm looking to put my head somewhere just to desensitize my head. Or I'm looking to feel spiritual again because I'm feeling a bit negative and I want to feel positive. Do you know what I mean? That's all negative. You know, negative is non-spiritual, positive is spiritual. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying that's it for everybody, but you know, that's how I kind of play my bit, you know what I mean? So, and I've basically ran out. So I've got to buy, I've either got to buy some more or I'll get some of that medicinal stuff. You know? I keep pressing something on this screen and it ruins it. Let's try and read that again. If these things didn't bother us, we would still be doing it. Would you say you're still on the journey to recovery? I don't think I'm recovering. I'm not an addict. Do you know what I mean? I decide to myself, I don't need to suffer. If this is helping me for a few hours tonight, I can do it, you know? Because I won't need to do it tomorrow night. If I want to quit, I can quit. So I wouldn't say it's a recovery thing. I'm not an addict. Do you know what I mean? I know I'm definitely not an addict. So reading a book. Anything helps. I've done so many different things. Some people find ASMR useful. I don't. I don't know. major, but they are. You had a drinking problem, but you're not an alcoholic. Are we talking about me? I'm not lost. I know exactly what I'm doing. I don't know if we're talking about me or not. I'm very clear who I am and what I've been. You know what I mean? No, not contradictive. I had a drinking problem. There's an alcoholic, and then there's levels to this, isn't there? Do you know what I mean? There's an alcoholic that wakes up and they need a beer. They think about a beer. That's an alcoholic. Do you know what I mean? Beer, I need a 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 beer. That's an alcoholic. I didn't think that way. You know what I mean? I'm going to go to work today. I can't wait to get home later and see the kids. And then at 9 o'clock, I'm going to play my game and have a beer. 9 p.m. at night. That's not an alcoholic. Do you know what I mean? That's somebody who's got a drinking problem. Do you know what I mean? And they're using drink to reduce some performance anxiety in a game. Do you know what I mean? That's not an alcoholic. That's somebody who's got a drinking problem. You know what I mean? You've got a bad association with the alcohol to desensitize yourself to be able to do something you should be able to do without it. You know what I mean? I didn't mean I needed a beer straight away, but if it was a competitive game, my nerves would start growing. Do you know what I mean? That's why I went to darts. Go to darts on a Monday. I drink from 6 p.m. till midnight, and then I wouldn't drink Tuesday. Wednesday, I might have the odd couple of beers if I watch Champions League, and then it'd be maybe darts on a Friday night. So that was no drink on a Wednesday or a Thursday, or a Tuesday and a Thursday. All depend on what I was doing. So. Nah, addiction to me is a body thing. You know what I mean? When you need it, you know? I don't need it, you know? Most people don't play darts, so they don't feel that. Most people don't get into a nervous state unless they're getting into a fight or they're going to do a speech. I was putting myself into a nervous state every Monday, every Saturday, once a month on a Saturday. Depending on what team was on. Sunday night, I was putting myself into a nervous pressure zone. Monday night I was doing it, and there was a couple of times in the week I played. I can't remember when it was. I played Super League once a month, I think it was. So I was putting myself into a nervous state there. Every Monday I was putting myself into a nervous state. So I used it those days, you know. Most people don't put themselves into those states. They just sit at home and watch TV, you know. I was going out playing darts, you know. So. Plus I worked in a shop and I know what an alcoholic is and what it wasn't, because they were coming in and they were only interested in booze, you know. I used to go to work and need an energy drink because I stayed awake too late the night before. No, I'm not. I don't know how you'd be confused, mate. I've been me all the way through on this stream, buddy. Not an addict. This is not an addict's channel. This is just me beating stuff. Whether that's depression, whether that's anxiety. My liver went. That meant I had to not drink. That means I had to face going into a pub and be social without the booze. Do you know what I mean? So I finally faced that, you know, whatever that is. I have major health anxiety because I was worried about my liver and whatever else was going wrong with my body. I couldn't drink, so I had to face the anxiety of being scared of something inside of me that I couldn't deal with without booze. You know what I mean? Instead of going and using booze to, let's say, what was it? A wedding speech. Drink loads of beer to be able to do the wedding speech. Do you know what I mean? Most people don't do a wedding speech every day of the week. Most people don't have to play in front of 30 people playing darts, you know, with the pressure of losing the leg, and it can cost your team the entire night's match. It's quite a bit of pressure to carry. Some people carry that pressure. Yeah, there you are then. I enjoy sex, but I've not had sex in 10 years. I think about it a lot, but I don't do it. Am I still an addict? I don't know. Addict's a strong word. Just be careful what you label yourself. Don't be labeling yourself very strong words. I'll be very careful with that word. Addict. Words carry power. I am not an alcoholic. If I was to drink tomorrow, I wouldn't all of a sudden drink the next day, the next day, the next day. I would have to build up a resilience in my body that my body would start needing it. Whether that was I got stressed one day and I used booze to de-stress, and then I got stressed 2 weeks later and I used booze again, then I got stressed and then I started to use it to de-stress, then I'm starting to create a problem. Do you know what I mean? I need joy. I need something to look forward to. I have nothing to look forward to. That's what I need. Now, I'm not looking forward to joining a gym, but I know I'd probably enjoy it, but I wouldn't never look forward to it. But I'd enjoy it when I got into the habit of doing it. Does that make me addicted to the gym? No, which means I'm started the beginning of my journey. I don't know, depends, mate. I don't know, you know. I never needed to do drugs when I was drinking, you know what I mean? Booze was enough for me, you know. I'm not an addict. I'm not an alcoholic. I'm an ex-alcoholic. I used to be an alcoholic. I'm not an alcoholic anymore. That's what I am telling you. And it's like me. I'm not an addict to weed, but I use it when I'm suffering at the moment. Where I never used it for 5 years for suffering. It's only because of my mum. Never used it suffering once. It was purely as a sleep aid. So purely as a sleep aid. I got very angry with it. I kind of very angry with weed. It's like, fuck my sleep up, man. It's supposed to be good for you, this shit. It's supposed to heal you, man. Why is it fucking my sleep up, man? Fucking hate the stuff, man. Now I'm eating sugar. Never really ate sugar that much anymore in the past. Now every time I want to do a bit of that, I want a bit of fucking sugar. Fucking nightmare. That's why I hate weed. No, I'm not lacking something. I just need something to look forward to, just like most people look forward to something. You know what I mean? I used to look forward to playing a game. I could not get past the lag. It was just unenjoyable. Years ago, I used to look forward to doing my home. You know? I built an extension. I built a massive raised patio. I did a flat garden. I did my fences. I DR-texed the hallway, turned it into wallpaper. I fitted a bathroom suite. Fitted a kitchen. I needed to do my garage, was my next bit. I wanted to finish my garage. I paid some guy. I didn't actually give him it. Somebody was doing the curbs for just the street curbs on your pavements. And I said, can you do me a favour, mate, and stick a couple of extra drop curbs in for me? Because I want to open up my driveway up, because eventually I'm going to have a garage. And he did it for me, mine. I couldn't believe it. I was going to give him some money, but I never seen him again. He did it for free. Couldn't believe it. I used to look forward to that sort of stuff, you know what I mean? I used to look forward to leaving work and going home to see my kids, to finally get to be able to possibly play my game at the end of the night and have a beer. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Or I used to look forward to watching football on a Wednesday night whenever the Champions League was on. I used to look forward to Monday night to play darts. I've got nothing like that. Do you know what I mean? I need something like that. That's not me empty inside. I genuinely have nothing, you know? And any time that I've slowly got to look like I'm enjoying myself on here, something happens out there. Do you know what I mean? So for myself, I just be me now. I wasn't being me for years. I just be me. I'll tell you what I'm thinking or feeling. Sometimes I might word it wrong. Sometimes I might word it right. Sometimes somebody might not like what you're saying. You know what I mean? If I say to somebody now, smoking's like, you don't enjoy smoking, somebody who's a smoker will argue to their blue in the face until they quit that addiction. Then they maybe might say it. Do you know what I mean? I got this, mate. This is my thing. This is one thing I was enjoying. This was one thing that I was enjoying. Do you know what I mean? But it was not being enjoyable coming on here because there's certain people that were coming on here with fake faces, pretending to be a troll when they weren't being a troll. I knew what they were doing. So I wasn't enjoying this. This was one of my things I enjoy. I'm sitting here chatting to myself going like, you don't see me offline. I was like, but I enjoy doing this. Why can't I do this? You know? Why am I being, you know? Because I can't do this, I can't do that. Why can't I do this? Why can't I do this? Why can't I do this? Why are they coming on here? Why are they doing this? Now, some of them are just trolls, I can handle that. But some of them aren't. You know what I mean? So I was enjoying this. This is one of my things I look forward. This helps me eat healthy. This gives me something to look forward to at tea time. I just needed a game. I needed a game that I could play so I could look forward to my evening. I've said it multiple times on here. I need something that I look forward to. Like I used to look forward to things. I used to look forward to a lot of shit. How many people out there look forward to going to work on a Monday? I look forward to going to work on a Monday because I could play darts on a Monday night. How many people out there can say that? Come on. You look forward to going to work on a Monday, do you? You ask many people out there, they do not. I did because I used to play darts on a Monday night. I had something to look forward to. Everybody's on Sunday night going, fucking gotta go to work tomorrow. I'm going, fucking darts tomorrow night, darts. That's true, see that? That's how important it is to have something to look forward to. And I did years ago, used to say I'm looking forward to having a cigarette in a minute, or whatever. That's a load of bullshit, I was just an addict. I was just an addict. I do, mate, that's why I'm on here. That's why I've come on here. Do you know what I mean? I've been waiting for some signs to see what I'm going to do. And like I said, I've got my iPad. That means it's a sign for me to stream. Do you know what I mean? I'm thinking about not doing it as much. And then I was getting some subscribers offline. To me, that's a sign to do it. Because it's obviously working. The energy's working. Do you know what I mean? And I was given an iPad by somebody. Which is another sign to do this. Because that's why I wanted the iPad. To make the reading the chat a bit easier. I admit I was an addict on smoking. That's pure addiction, that is. It never made me dance. It never made me better at darts. It never made me do a wedding speech better. It never made me want to sing. I don't sing in front of people anyway. I got a big problem with that. But being on my streams has allowed me to let me sing. You know? Something I would never I would never sing. You know what I mean? Like I won't smile. Like I won't be in a photo or something like that. Like, do you know what I mean? It's allowed me to get through some bits. You know what I mean? My voice, the whole shebang, man. I think my first video I ever uploaded, the anxiety I went through that night, I think I kept waking up. Checking, see if I had a bad comment. Did I get a thumbs up? Did I get a thumbs down? Like, it was like agitated, do you know what I mean? What are they going to think? What are they going to think? And then slowly you get off of that, do you know what I mean? That worry, you know? Who gives a fuck? Do you know what I mean? Who gives a fuck? How many times have I thought something bad about somebody? Or like, there's a kiddie walking across the road now, like, and I'm like judging him. What am I judging him about? His hair stuck up on his head. Why is he flicking his head like that? Why have you got why have you got this hair here, mate? If you don't like, it's always doing is this, just flicking his hair like that. Why is he doing? We all do this. Why do I give a fuck about what somebody thinks about me? I've just thought all these extra things about this kiddie. You don't give a shit because you don't know I'm thinking it. So fuck it. Why should I give a fuck if somebody leaves me a bad comment? Why should I give a fuck if somebody says something horrible on here? Why should you know what I mean? Who gives a fuck? Do you know what I mean? Who gives a fuck? An addict. I'm an addict on coffee at the moment. I got to get that out of my body. I'll never smoke again. That's something I'm 1,000,000% sure of. I'll never ever you'll see a cigarette in this mouth ever again. Book. What's the book? definitely easier to read that one, but I think it misses the odd message. I'm not too sure. I don't trust it. Can't deny I'm not an addict to this. I must have drank 4 on here as it is. I'll never be an addict going to a gym. Some people are. I'll never have that. I wish I could. That's a good addiction. Unless you're doing, you know what. Obviously, don't do the bad stuff, you know. I never got a chance to enjoy my jobs. The jobs I did were more about money. I was trying to retrain. I wanted to do building work, but know what I was doing. Do you know what I mean? Genuinely be trained. And I was learning that, but things went a bit shit at the time. So I didn't get a chance to fully learn it as I should have. So, plus my booze drinking was too much then. You love steroids. I need them while I'm training, but not addicted to them. I need them, but I don't need them. No. Are you genuinely addicted to steroids? Do it with food, man. I used to do loads of weight gain shakes when I did weights, when I was doing bodybuilding when I was a kid. I used to do, what was it called? Mass. One of them was a protein drink. The other one was a weight gain. Mass, it was called, or something. And then I bought this one. What was it called? Cybergenetics. £60 it was, and it was something like a 90-day course of just taking stupid amounts of tablets. I used to do all that, but I didn't eat the right foods. My mate was eating the right foods. I was taking all the stupid tablets and supplements. He was eating the right foods. He was bigger than me. I was as strong as him, but he was bigger than me, and it always annoyed me in a visual way. Do you know what I mean? Bigger bicep, bigger chest, or more shape on his chest. I was as strong. I think possibly I wasn't eating the right foods. I see the bin men here, you know what I mean? I watch them. So yeah, we're going to use this. I'm still pondering, because I know I've got to fucking start exercising, see that? As soon as I start exercising, it'd be like fizzing up my water. I literally am a bottle of water that's stagnant. I need to fizz myself up. Exercise is the best way to fizz your water up. Autism? No, would never do that anyway, mate. I've had enough of going to doctors, mate. I spent years going in doctors. Stayed away from them most of my life, with just colds and flus now and again, whatever you call it, needing the odd antibiotics along the time. Any injuries, whatever maybe I might have caused. Don't do any of that. I don't need labels. I need a life. I need to start something to enjoy myself. I got a new game. I got an iPad. I got my stream back. I've decided I'm going to stream. I've had enough signs telling me to stream, so I got to go with that. I get massive attacks, which is sending me away from streaming, but then I get loads of stuff in the background telling me to stream. So I'm going to stream, because it's not about me, it's about other people. It's not about me specifically, it's about people seeing me, and then they might do something for themselves. Plus, it helps me look after me and do good things for me. So if I put myself on a pedestal a little bit, say I'm going to the gym and I don't go, in the back of it, my mind is playing on me. Maybe I'll go to the gym, or at least I'll start doing my gym in there. Eat healthily, train right, or do all the right things. Got to be true to oneself. Doctors who need them. Yeah, I don't do doctors anymore. If you need a life, start getting out of the kitchen, buddy. Stop looking out the window. Oh no, I just need to enjoy something small, like other people enjoy. You know? Do you enjoy something on the TV? I don't enjoy that. See that? The TV got ruined for me. I was building a life where I used to live, and I had to move. So that life got ruined that I was building. I was looking to move somewhere else where I wanted to move, but I got rushed into moving because I had to move. So that part of my life I didn't get a chance to rebuild. And I've been trying to rebuild my life here, but it's not been a very good, enjoyable experience when I'm off the stream. So I found different ways to go around and have a slightly thicker skin. So to try and find a way back into life. Hence I've been thinking about getting a motorhome. Then, you know, you can't tie me down, baby. You don't know when I'm leaving my home because you don't know when I'm at home and when I'm not home because I'm moving around in my vehicle. So that's what we're doing, baby. I got a life, but need to be allowed to enjoy it, which is what we're going to be doing. It's what all my little plans are about. Sadly, we don't live where we want to live. That got ruined. Sadly, we don't have our home that we used to have. That got ruined, but that's the way it is. Happens to a lot of people. So we're trying to figure out our way around all the shit that we keep knocking into. Yeah, seen that bloody video. It was on there last night again. Breaking Bad. I watched that TV show when my life went to shit. It wasn't quite as shit, it was already a quarter into shit. And that fucking TV show was on, that was. So poignant now when I think about it. At the time it was just a TV show, but when I look at it, it's like, you know what I mean? I don't want to say too much. But a motorhome. A motorhome is exactly what I wanted 2 years ago, but I didn't have the money. Now I don't actually want to do that. I want to just live where I want to live. You know, I want to do what I want to do. That's the kind of the, that's the way to be free. No one can do much to me. It's hard to explain. You might have a watcher, right? Okay? And they might be watching you. They might be listening to what you're saying, and they might be ready for you. All right? Just remember that. You might have a watcher, and they might hear you say you're going to the park now. You might have a watcher that says, you might say you're going to the supermarket now. You might have a watcher and you say you're going out this night. You know what I mean? You might have a watcher, you know what I mean? But if you've got a motorhome and I say I'm going out now, no one will know where I am because I'm going out from wherever I've parked. Do you know what I mean? So, I enjoy this. This I enjoy. Do I think I'm paranoid? No. Paranoid. John, have you not read the thing? It says depression, anxiety. That's classed as mental health things, but oh, that's not very nice being right, mate. Why are you important for someone to give you their time and torture you? What's so special about you? That's not very nice how you've written that. To hate you so much. I never said this. Why you say your wording's gone a bit not very nice? Why are you that important? Somebody said that once before to me. You don't think people get stalked, mate? I had a friend, right?
She was getting stalked. She got the police involved. She was getting stalked. She got the police involved. They got the guy. I didn't know much about it, so I didn't like to over ask people personal questions. I can tell when I'm talking to somebody, I can tell when they want to talk about something and they don't. So I let them talk and I don't try and push. Do you know what I mean? Well, you asked a question and I answered it. You said to me, why don't you go out and get a life? I say, well, sometimes people might be watching you on here that like enjoy ruining your life. Maybe. Do you know what I mean? So, that does happen, you know? Can't get rid of the thingy. I've done something. How do I get rid of it? No, go back. You're saying people are trying to spoil your day. Why? I was being followed for years. Hold on, I never meant that in a bad way. I was being followed for years. You're saying you were followed for years. Or are you saying I was followed for years? I'll let you clarify that one. Are you saying you were followed for years, or are you saying I was followed for years? I know there's a delay as well. Now you said, no, me, I was followed. Now we're changing the subject. A moment ago you were saying, why would you think you were so important that you were being followed? Why would you think people would follow you? Are you paranoid? Now you're saying that you were once being followed. But if you were followed, you wouldn't have said all those things to me. Because you would have like sympathy from being in that position. Do you know what I mean? So I can't understand that position. But why would you say what you said to me then? If you'd been followed and you'd been in that position, do you know what I mean? You wouldn't have said the things you said to me in here. If you'd been followed. Do you know what I mean? Do you know, that's not, you didn't seem sympathetic. You seem, are you paranoid? Do you know what I mean? Have you been tested for autism? Do you know what I mean? You've not said things that are very supportive, you know? You've tried to say sorry a couple of times, but for somebody who's been followed and somebody says in a hinting way, because they know people like to label you with paranoia when you're just hinting. You don't want to say, you're just hinting. Because you know the paranoia label comes out. For somebody who has been followed, somebody would not like that word called paranoia, because that's the first thing somebody would say to somebody. If you were to say to somebody out there, you were followed yesterday on the way home, people would just take it as a flippant remark. But if you said it the week after and the week after, then they're going to start thinking you're paranoid. That's the first thing that somebody would say to you who has not experienced things like that. Do you know what I mean? Oh, you're turning it again. You're twisting me. You're getting quite attacky, buddy. I've got to read your text. A moment ago you were saying, am I paranoid? For something I never actually directly said. I hinted at it. And somebody who was possibly followed before, like you said you were, you would understand what I was on about without saying those words. That's all I said. I think you're trying to get something out of me here, bud. Do you know what I mean? You're turning what I'm saying too many times. So, I'm going to change the subject now. Alright? Why does everything have to be about you? What are you typing that for? You understand what you're typing when I'm going to read that, how I'm going to take that. You do get that, don't you? People just need to go back and read my about button. It says I am just being me. Alright? My channel is about me just being me with whatever's going on at that time. Today my channel started off as I am going to start streaming again. That's a positive, and I'm going to keep it that way. It's all in your head, buddy. Honestly, it is. This is somebody who's been followed for years and he's dropping comments like that. Dude, I think you're playing a bit of push-pull here, buddy. You can go back and read a lot of your messages, mate. I know it's not easy to get your point across because you're not using your voice, you're using typing. Like, you should really go back and reevaluate what you've been typing to me. So, I take this as a sign to keep streaming. I'm going to leave it at that, mate, alright? Because I don't think you've been reading what you've written. But I'm going to move on anyway. This all started because I said I wasn't an addict on something. I don't know why that offended you, you know, in any way. You know, that got underneath your skin a little bit. Because the conversation between me has changed since I said I wasn't an addict on something. So, and then you said, I don't know, you were confused or something. So... Not upset, mate. You're not getting to get that out of me. I think you're trying to pull that out of me, but it's not happening. I'm fine, buddy. I am fine. I can only go by what you write. You weren't nice today, mate. So, I really need to check that one. You weren't very nice. It doesn't mean you were vile and horrible, don't get me wrong, but you weren't nice today. But like I said, I can talk, you can see the reaction of my face when I'm saying stuff. I can't see what you're saying when you're typing it, all I can see is what you've typed. Do you know what I mean? I've said it on the channel a few times. Sarcasm doesn't travel very well in a text message. That's why the emoticons are there, you know, to put a smiley, to put a sad face and all that, so people can understand what you mean by what you're typing. Anyway. Thanks for the message anyway, Jack. Relax, I am relaxed, buddy. I think you're trying to get some out of me here. It's not happening. I'm watching a guy walk past with his dog, and I'm watching a lady walk this way, like she's holding her tummy. Yeah, I think you're trying to get a rise out of me or something. Right, it wasn't happening. Have a good day anyway. Oh, I didn't realise. I thought you were making fun of me, Jack. Sorry. I didn't mean he was making fun of you there, John. I thought it was for me. I didn't see the John bit. Sorry, my bad. That wasn't me aiming that at you, John. I thought that was aimed at me. I didn't see the John bit. Are you upset that you got a small pecker? I thought he was trolling me. Sorry. So, apologise to John. I didn't mean to back up his comment and make fun of you because I didn't realise it was about you. I thought it was about me. And apologise to Jack for getting it wrong and not. I don't know. I took the offence and the offence was aimed at somewhere else. So either way, I don't agree with the Mickey taking, but it is what it is. Oh, look, you really are trying to get energy out of me, buddy. You're not going to get any energy out of me, mate, alright? I hope you have a good day, bud. That was a genuine mistake, you know? If you're trying to turn it and twist it and pull energy out of me, you're not going to happen, mate. I'm too good at this. We've seen how you've been working on this chat for the last half an hour. You've been slowly trying to instigate stuff, you know? No. For all we know, this couldn't even be the real John. This could be a troll pretending to be John because I chat to John regularly on there. Do you know what I mean? For all we know, anybody could be taking his name. I've had this on my game stream. I had a kiddie on there I used to chat to quite regularly. And then one night he came in and he was really rude to me. And I spoke to him about a month later because he'd only come on every like couple of weeks. And I had a go at him. And then he said it was probably a troll. And I looked back at the name and he had a slightly different name because my person was an admin. So he would have stood out that he was an admin. So he didn't have the admin thing on or something, but I didn't notice it at the time. So it could just be somebody else pretending to be John, eh? Yeah, he's trying to instigate something here. Because I've come back and I've streamed. I wasn't supposed to stream. I've been contemplating, do I stream, don't I stream? Do I stream, don't I stream? And I've come back and streamed and look what's happened. Do you know what I mean? So this all kind of started when I said I'm not an addict. I'm an ex-alcoholic. I was an alcoholic for probably 3 to 5 years of my life. I don't want to say exactly those moments, and you'll understand why it was 3 to 5 minutes of my 5 years of my life. One of them took a year, which put me in high stress. It's the most I'd ever drank. And the other one took about 2 years. And then there was also a window in there, 2 years of other stuff. So that's why I say about 2 to 5 years. Well, I might say 2 sometimes. I might say 3. I might say 5. 5 is the longest I say I was an alcoholic for. Do you know what I mean? But I definitely had a drinking problem for most of my life, you know? But I used the drinking problem to remove performance anxieties, you know? Whether that's chatting to a girl, whether that's dancing in front of people, whether that's doing a speech in front of people, whether that's playing darts in front of people. I used it that way. I didn't realise I was using it that way. It took me many years when I finally had to quit and figure out, right, okay. So that's why I say what I say. But I was definitely an addict on smoking for, I don't know how many years I smoked. I was definitely an addict because as soon as I quit it, I did not miss it. I have no intention of ever doing it again because it never did anything for me. So it never made me dance. It never made me chat up a girl. It never made me laugh. It never made me do stuff that I wouldn't do, you know, worried about what people would think. It never did nothing for me. That's why I would never smoke again. That, and I will admit I was just an addict. And that's that done. I'm missing a message. Yeah, it's not refreshed. Got an extra message here. So we're using an iPad. So right, this was my sign. This stream was my sign. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to stream or not. Right, I was. I am. This doesn't happen unless you're meant to do it. Right. So I got a message here, stop instigating here, but I haven't got it on this one. Just so you can There's somebody trying to deny my reality a little bit. Here we are. I can see stop instigating John there. Oh, it's delayed. It's just come up. Must be a delay then. That's my phone internet. That's my Wi-Fi internet. There is a delay. We'll have to figure that out then. Can somebody say hi? And I can figure out delay. Maybe there's no delay on the phone. There's timestamps on here, isn't there? You can put timestamps. Timestamps there. There, I got timestamps now. Oh, the clock's wrong. Apparently it's 5:29 a.m. (1:30). Right. Right, we got our sign. Right then. Right, that's step one. We got our slightly better coffee for us. So that's step one, what we were supposed to be doing last week. And it was more to do with it, I was waiting for delivery. The delivery come on, what day is it now? Monday? Tuesday? It come on Sunday, I think. So it's been sat on the side. So we're starting today. We've got no excuse now. Let's do it. Do, 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 do. Right, if I go shopping today, Tuesday, that means I won't go till Thursday, and that means I've got to go on Friday. That kind of work out for me, it'd be good for me. So if I go today, that means I've got to go Thursday, and that means I've got to go Friday. I buy my steak on a Friday. So we're finding crafty ways to exercise. I need to do a nice long bike ride. It's one of the reasons I wanted an electric bike, so I didn't have to like be pissed off with possible hills coming up in the minute or whatever. I can't go that way, there's a steep hill. I've seen a few people on electric bikes do quite well on hills now. I think they must be quite useful. Especially these standard ones. Hello, Cara. Is it Cara or Kyra? Hello, Cara. How are you? Could be Kira. Kyra. How'd you pronounce that? It's a bit like, written a bit like Claire. Cara. Cara. I'm interested how you pronounce that. Never seen that name before. Nice name. You're subbed. Many thanks. I deciphered that one. Subuff. I subuff. I worked that one out. I'd like to film this. There's been some interesting stuff going on outside my window. The two kiddies on the bike, that was intriguing. The lady running like that and then going that way, then going that way, that was kind of unusual. And yesterday we were watching people drive and we're seeing which ones were driving 10 to 2, which ones were driving like they were cool, which one, then we started realising maybe they're not cool. They've got a shit, what do they call it? They've got a gear stick and some haven't got a gear stick. You know what I mean? It was intriguing. He's on his freaking phone. Naughty. He's drinking a beer. No, he's not. He's got a fizzy drink. Yeah, and we just figured something out as well. We needed to figure out. We've been hemming and hamming it for a long while, and we figured something out as well. We just re-strengthened our intuition. Our intuition tells you stuff sometimes, but you don't want to think it. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? So we just figured something out as well. This is working all right. It's not doing some of the things I want it to do, but I'm not very good with iPad, so. Yay. It's giving me energy. Now I gotta take that energy. Oh, fucking hell, if my computer was in the other room. Come on. Right, we gotta get the OBS on that PC. Get that OBS working. Then I can put my computer in the other room. That's all it is I'm missing the OBS. Get the OBS function and make sure it works. So I can stream in there. I got a game and I'm not playing it, so we've got to play this game. So we've had it for 4. I don't know when it come out. Did it come out on Friday? I think it come out on Friday. Yeah, I think it come out on Friday. We've only played it once for 2 hours. We've got to play that game. We've got a new game. Let's get playing that. That's number 1 for the evenings. Let's do that. That's step 1. And we're back on this. We've made our decision. We need to do this. We were getting way too many signs to do it, and I think today's kind of reimbursed that feeling. How things have changed. So that tells me, got to keep doing this. This is important. So. And the good thing about this is it does make me do things. What do I buy the other week? It's going to make me make my bread. We need to make my bread. Not having a piece of bread now and again is creating a bit of a hole. The amount of times I've thought about going over the road to get a sandwich, it's been a bit of a problem. So we've got the ingredients and another one. Plus we've got the iPad now. That was another reason I couldn't make it, because I would need to preemptively figure it all out over on my PC, and then when I'm here do it. Whereas now, because I got an iPad, I can now connect to the internet while I'm here and get the ingredients and get the timings. So it's removed the blockage. It's helping me keep up with chat. I can see who's like a really toxic troll, and I can say, like, oh, you was really evil with that comment there, and then you were evil again. You know what I mean? You didn't start off low and then work your way up. You know what I mean? I can now figure out, you know, whether I should time them out a bit quicker, because I can see now 10 messages. So, plus now it let me go on my YouTube channel. I think I don't know how you use this bloody thing, because it's an Apple thing. So I don't know how I would have 2 tabs open. Plus, is that the thing? That could be it. Plus, that gives me another tab. Yeah. Then I can put the menu on that and flick between the stream and the menu to figure out how to make the bread. Or if I wanted to make something else. If I wanted to make my curry sauce again, I could figure out how much I need to add. So I've got that possibility. You can't do that on a phone, because you've got the stream. So, sorted. Oh dear. It's definitely tracksuit time now, people. Been wearing shorts for 6 months. I think in England we moan about the weather too much. Got to admit, my insulation is quite good in my home. So, but I've been wearing shorts on and off now for like 5 or 6 months. So the weather ain't that bad over here, people. I haven't been wearing them out, but I've been wearing them in my home. My neck's a bit stiff. This is helping my neck. Forcing me to put my neck in a position I'm not used to putting it in. And I got to figure out the driving license. I got to answer some questions. Ah, right. One of the messages is missing. Ah, right. It doesn't show it on the screen. Is that because I've zoomed in? Oh, bum. That's why I'm not seeing a message now and again. I think we're zoomed in. All right. We were zoomed in. Right. Now I see the message. We figured out one of the issues. Instead of somebody trying to turn it into something it wasn't, you know? Can't see the message because I'm zoomed in too much. Because my glasses are not strong enough. Now I've zoomed it in too much. There. Now we've got that in the way again. How do I get rid of that? Why does it keep popping up? How do I get rid of it? I can't get rid of it. Oh, let's just do... I subbed. Every time I... No, cancel. If I accidentally mute anybody, forgive me. It's not my intention, people. There you are. It's in the right spot now. 3 hours I've been sat here for. Sat here watching, staring out a window for about an hour. I've managed to wash up in that time. Just been pondering. I know exactly what I got to do, what I haven't got to do. I know exercise would be really good for me, so I just got to start doing it, which is always shit the first time you start doing it. I've got a game to play now. The controller works almost, so I've got a lot less blocks than I used to. It's just restarting the whole procedure again and waiting for somebody to try and destabilize me. Being prepared for that. That's the bit. Is that when I start enjoying myself, and I let go of the defensive stuff, and then they pop in, you know, to catch you off guard. And then you get like destabilized, and then you're like either back on weed one night because you're a bit stressed or whatever, or you didn't sleep well that day and you don't think you can get through the day with 4 hours sleep, so you end up doing it to knock you out. You know what I mean? To get you that 6 hour sleep so you can get through the day. And then having to do the diet because you're gurgling all the time and you feel you don't gurgle as much when you don't do it. It's a lot of extra stuff to do. So we're all right, people. We're all right. We've got the ingredients. We just got to start cooking the mill again, baby. We're definitely becoming a bit of an addict on the old coffee, people. Right, and we've had our sign today that we needed. That is a definite. You need to stream. This is needed. Can't hide my coffee addiction, can I? Oh dear. I mean, last year we had a cycle in our brain where it was skipping. Probably 2 years ago, last year, the year before, going on for like 5-6 years. Skip in my brain, like a space out time. So in between me saying this and maybe me saying word 20, there was a space out. We don't have that anymore. We've gotten kind of rid of that. And sometimes we're trying to think of something. When we used to try and want to say something, we really want to think about it. And we try and get it out of my brain. Somewhere in my brain it was, what I'm trying to say. It would take me ages to get it. You know what I mean? Then I get frustrated. I don't have that as much, you know? I can get to things now. I was doing some plumbing for my son. And I was like, I need to put that elbow there. Then that's going to be... an elbow's going to be needed there, and I was struggling on number 2. Then I remembered I got to about number 3. I was like, I need to put an elbow there, and a T there. And I was like, I started to remember number 3, where I was struggling with just like, number 1 was an elbow, number 2 was what was number 1 again? Like that, you know? So that helped my brain a little bit. Having to think ahead a bit more on planning stuff out. I was never great at that anyway, you know? If I had to like fit things, I'll just do in 3s because I can do 3. I can remember that. Right, what do I need to do next? That, and I just do it in 3s. I was struggling to even do 2s. So we don't have that struggle anymore. Definitely cutting out the weed like I had. I did what is it? End of last year and the beginning of this year. Including this year, there's probably 100+ days that I haven't done weed. Can't say exactly. Definitely over 100 days that I haven't done weed this year. And I don't do it as much. If I do it now, I don't do it as much. So I know I've pulled away some of my resilience, if that's the right word. When you drink beer, years ago when I drank beer, I'd need 6 beers to start feeling like it. I feel like I've had a drink. Not necessarily that doesn't mean 1 and 2 didn't do nothing. It just meant like I didn't feel like I changed. Do you know what I mean? Now with the weed, because I used it for sleep and I used it for suffering a little bit, I increased my resilience because I was using it not just for sleep anymore. I've removed that resilience a bit, so if that makes sense. So, but sometimes I still forget my point. I'm making a point and I forget it, but it's not as bad as it used to be. So, nothing worse when you want to explain something, but you can't get the words. Nothing worse than that. Nothing worse than that, people. I remember it. That's how I grab my positives, even in negatives. Well, my brain's working a bit better than it did last year. I now sleep a little bit better than I did last year. I'm always drucking my own positives in. Got a roof over my head, even though I don't like where I my family's near me, don't get me wrong, but I just don't like where I live. Because I've gone back to the beginning where everything was, I wanted to change, you know? But I got a roof over my head, I got heating, I can make a coffee anytime I want to, I got positives. I didn't like the park when I first moved in there, fucking hated it, because I used to love my old park. I had 3 trees that I was kind of friendly with, in a way. More friendly with trees now than I was then. I used to stand by trees, but I was coherent about, are they thinking I'm a tree hugger or something like that? Worried about that too much. Now I don't worry about that. I don't mind touching a tree or putting squirrel food down. I kind of like that park now. I don't love it because it's not flat, but I kind of like it. It'd be nicer if I had some benches in there and I could sit on the bench now and again. I love sitting under a tree and getting a bit of healing from the tree, but it'd be nice to sit on a bench. I think that's why I enjoy going down to the water, because there's a bench down there, you can stare at the water, which is something I've never really done in my life. Stare at water, like be near water, be near a big body of water. Plus it's good exercise, riding it down there. The weather's shit now though, that's going to be a slight problem. That's why where I wanted to move was down there. Everything was on my doorstep. Gym, job, loads of people, different people to speak to, loads of different energies to interact with. Bound to find people a bit like me. Round here you're not. Round here you don't find those sort of people. Where I used to live was more those kind of people. It sounds horrible, but I don't mean it that way. Got to find your tribe, they say. So I lost my some of my tribe. Right then, we got our sign. Do this. We got our iPad. That was a sign to do this. We had something happen today, which caught me off a little bit off guard, but I'm never completely off guard because I don't trust the internet. I don't trust anybody you meet on the internet. Do you know what I mean? Anybody who comes across on the internet, you can never fully connect. Right, sorted. Yeah. What am I doing then? What am I going to do? We need food. I'm trying to figure out how am I going to start my day. Because it's not Monday. It's naturally to fall in position and say, sod it, it's Monday. New day, new beginning of the week. People are going to work. What can you do today? We're playing our game later. That's the one, but that's not today. I think I need to go out. I need to go out and go shopping and get some food. That motorbike sounded so big, didn't it? It was a tiny little thing. Almost didn't look like the audio placed for that bike. Weird. Right. It's forced me to get a bit of my neck stuff gone. I'm not making such a kind of... It hurts when I'm there. So that's helped. We've washed up. We started using a slightly healthier coffee. As you can see, I'm definitely addicted. But we'll break this one. It only takes me about 2 weeks to break coffee addiction. But we're not going to cut it out. We're going to wean off of it. So that'll take about probably 2 weeks. But we got it now. We bought some. We're running out. So I thought, what's the point of me starting this on Friday? I'm going to run out on Saturday. So what's the point? You know, we had a get out of jail free card. Dee 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 dee. And we gotta brush our teeth. We haven't brushed our teeth 2 days. I hold my hands up. I've not been like figuring out what I'm doing. Thinking, what am I doing? Am I streaming or not? What am I doing? I'm actually getting somewhere on this stream. Do you know what I mean? My other one doesn't. Well, maybe it changed now. I got a new game, but wasn't getting anywhere on it. So it was very unenjoyable to do on the evening. Like I said, I've got nothing to look forward to. I've been trying to find something to look forward to. I've been trying to find a new game for 6 months, 7 months, just something to look forward to. That's why I've said it on here. I don't lie. I tell you the truth. People might try and twist my words and turn them into something else, or take something I've said from back then and twist it into something now, whatever. But I'm genuine. I don't have nothing to look forward to. That doesn't mean I hate my life. That means I genuinely don't have anything to look forward to. And people don't realise how much stuff they look forward to. You know what I mean? Whether that's a TV show, whether that's playing darts on a Monday, whether that's watching football on a Wednesday, whether that's going to football on a Saturday. I don't have those things, and I need to find one. And one of those things for me to do was I used to enjoy playing a game. I'm a competitive player. I used to like competing. Not a competitive person. Competitive player though. So I've got another game. It's not a competitive game, sadly, but it gives me something to play. Well, I've got to force myself to play it to make it part of my habit. Then I might enjoy it. I might look forward to doing it. So there's one. That's what we got to do later. We got to get on our fucking bike and go shopping and get some shit for our shopping. Get some healthy food again. We needed some signs. Am I streaming and aren't I streaming? And I've been getting signs to tell me to stream. When I stream, I get people in here trying to make me feel uncomfortable, to make me not stream. But I've got to take the stuff that I get off of here, not what I get on here. Do you know what I mean? So, and it'd be good for me. Why would I want to deny myself health when this helps me be healthy? This will make me start getting back into keto, or it will make me start... He's got a helmet on with hair on it. Purple hair. Well, pink. A motorbike helmet. And it's got hair on it. This helps me do keto. This helps me exercise. This helps me go to the park. This helps me... It's fucking good for me, this fucking thing. Do you know what I mean? I ain't stopping this shit. Why would you stop something that's good for you, man? You can maybe help somebody else out there as well when they're watching you with your little shitty bits, you know? Do you know how many people out there are sitting on their sofa eating something unhealthy and they know they should make something healthy but they don't do it? All it takes is somebody being on a stream moaning about they got a takeaway over the road and it's so easy to go over there, but I know it's not good for me and I feel a bit worse when I eat it. I need to eat healthy. And then they watch you do it and then maybe it triggers something and they say, well, if he can fucking do it, I'm going to make something healthy for myself tonight as well. And it's just that. It's just a small bit of that. A little bit of your energy somebody might take and do something with it. For their benefit. True story, baby. I wish I could film some of this stuff out here though. Quite intriguing looking at your road. Just definitely seen a few things today. So we got this little chat window now, so this is useful. We're not doing anything poignant though. I don't know how good this internet is. I'm curious if I was to stream one of my days. I see people do it on the internet, but they seem to have crazy internet. I haven't got that kind of internet. I've had people say it's pixelizing when I'm in the park, and I think it was, I watched one of my streams back once and I could see it was pixelizing when I was at the water. So I like this internet company that I'm with on my phone. So I've been with them for, I don't know how long I've been with them, 25 years on my phone. Why would I change? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's my mentality. I've never had a problem with them. Am I saying it's the strongest mobile data there is? No, but I've never had a problem with them. So don't fix what's not broken. I get some views. What more can I say? Right, so that's my end of my coffee. The rest of the day, if I do find myself in a kind of habitual way reaching for a coffee, which is a kind of an addiction, because you're not even thinking about it. Do you really want this? Do you not want it? Or are you just doing it in a habitual way? It's a kind of a beginning of an addiction. Do you know what I mean? So we'll have decaf the rest of the day and night now. If we do find ourselves putting the kettle on without thinking. Putting that away. So we don't use it. It's not in my eye line. That means I got to go for the other one. That one's easier to make. That one's not as good for me. That one's got high strength caffeine in it. Step 1. Step 2. Look in the fridge. We stopped eating fruit as well. We know we haven't been doing well. I've been eating fruit on and off for 5 months. And I was always eating blueberries. But recently I started buying blueberries, pineapples, and strawberries all at the same time. There's some other things we haven't been doing. More for our, I won't say what it is. Got to start doing that. Like I said, I got all the ingredients now. I know what order to kind of do it in, but it doesn't really matter about what order you do it in. Like, I need to play my game, but that's tonight. Get into the habit of playing it. It'll grow on me, and I'll want to play it. Do that first. That's tonight. But what are we going to do today? It's 2 o'clock. We're going to go out. We did our dad's grass last week. 3 times we got out there. And I had to use a weed killer. Don't like using weed killer, but it does actually work, this stuff. We tried doing it the natural way. It didn't work. Maybe there's a never natural way. So if I was well and I had more enthusiasm, I would learn a natural way to do it. But I found one way, it didn't work, so I'd given up on it and just gone the unnatural way, which is not good for the land. But hey, when I got a bit more enthusiasm, maybe there's another way of doing it. I think it was using vinegar and bicarbonate or something. It didn't work. Whatever way we did it, it didn't work. So, got to find another way. But I've had to use the unnatural way, and it does work, sadly. It's only on the patio, but it's like a fucking jungle out there, man. So I need to do a lot of it. Never used to really care about that sort of shit. I do now. So let's just call it, let's say I had a spiritual awakening. And it made me a little bit more caring of nature. Whether that was recycling, whether that's weed killer. I even pick up the odd bit of rubbish now and again, not all the time. What else? Waste as well. So like I'll wash up. How did I do this? Let's say I was just about to wash up and I realise I'm making my tea in 2 hours. I'll wait and then I'll wash that up while I'm making my tea, and then that water that's left in there will use it up to wash up after the tea. So it's all being used in kind of warm water. Do you know what I mean? Little things like that I've noticed. Another thing I noticed, I was chucking my tea bags. I drink green tea. I gotta buy green tea. That's something else. I was leaving my green tea bags in the park, and then after about a month, I noticed they're just piling up. They're just staying there. They're not disintegrating. So then I started like, hang on, picking them up. You know what I mean? I thought maybe they might disintegrate or something like that, like be biodegradable or whatever. They weren't, so I picked them all up and put them in a bin. So now I try not to empty my tea bag there. I do it sometimes out of a muscle memory just to do it, but I'll notice it again because I sit at the same spot. Little things like that. Nothing major. We're eating some blueberries, people. This is good for me. I was sat down years ago. What was it the lady she said? I was chatting to this girl. I wasn't chatting to many people then, so she's chatting to me. I was outside this coffee shop. I think she's seen me there a few times. So she's like, so I'm sitting there with a coffee, a latte. She didn't realise, but I was quitting my coffee at times. I was treating myself to 1 coffee a day. It was making me leave my home. So it was 1 latte, and I was having it with either almond milk or Oatly. I can't remember which one I started on. I think I started on almond and I didn't like it. So that was more to do with the cows. I didn't like what they were doing to the cows. I watched a video on it. I was like, I didn't realise they were making them pregnant on purpose and then taking the baby away just to make me some milk. So I stopped drinking the milk. I didn't realise that. You know, I ain't perfect. I still eat some meat. You know what I mean? And she was sitting there. I was drinking my latte. And I was eating a punnet of blueberries. This is what I did. I'd buy a punnet of blueberries and I'd have a coffee. And she's going, I like that, what you're doing. What do you mean? What am I doing? So you're sitting there drinking a coffee, which is bad for you, but you're eating a punnet of blueberries, which is good for you. I was like, ah. I'm doing it again without realising. I'm sitting there drinking, well, I'm not drinking a coffee now. But I'm having a punnet of blueberries now. It's all just habits. I haven't been eating. This is regimental, this was. Always grab a few blueberries when I went to the park. Take some blueberries with me or eat them before I went. Take my green tea with me. It's all just linking healthy things together. Meditate. I was starting to meditate at the beginning of the year, then that got fucked up. So, back to blueberries. Green tea. Meditation. That's what we're going to do, people. Meditate's a hard one. And I said last week I need to grow. I've put it away now. I'll grab it out. Okay. Where is it? Huh? There it is. This, I said last year when I first moved in, I was growing my own broccoli sprouts. I'm not doing it at the moment. I put my iPad there now. So I've moved it. And I said I needed to do this, but instead of doing it, I bought it. Why am I waiting to be perfect to grow it myself Well, I can just buy some. These are broccoli sprouts, very good for you. Put a bit of that on my salad. Bought that last week. Not cheap because these are organic ones, so it should be anyway. Yeah, organic. So until I'm ready to do it, I bought some. A little bit of that on my salad. There's another healthy thing that we're not been doing it religiously, but I forgot about that. That was something else I was implementing last week. Maybe eventually I'll grow my own. It only takes a week. I'm not kidding you. I can make that in here, in my windowsill. All I got to do is fill it up with water every day, give it a quick like wetting, and then empty it and put it back on. Within about 7 days, I'll have a planet of this. Fucking quick as fuck, this stuff. This growing in here is so quick. The other stuff I've tried to grow didn't work. Some of the stuff worked. 2 or 3 things have worked now. 1 thing didn't. But pretty good. I don't know how much that cost. That probably cost me £4. And I can grow that in my windowsill. So. All right. Right. So I'll get pepper. Mushroom. Go get me mushrooms. Replaces me chips. Sorry, buddy, if I didn't say hi. You look like Mr. Bean, Faber. What's that red thread in your hand? That is, I think they call it, I think that's for evil eye. Some people like, they put negativity on you or whatever, you know what I mean? 7 knots. 7 knots on a red thread or something. A red thread's fine. It's basically all the same. A red thread or 7 knots. This has got 7 knots on it. You wear it until it breaks naturally. And then you... So... I wouldn't say us guys, I just do things, you know. I was not having a very good time for a while, and this kept coming into my eye line, so I bought one again. Do you know what I mean? And I relearned about it again, but I've forgotten. I don't retain the information and stuff. Does that make sense? So I know garlic's good for you because I researched it 7 or 8 years ago and why it was good for you, but I can't remember why it was good for me. Do you know what I mean? I just remember you've got to crush it, then wait 5 to 10 minutes to allow that stuff to come out of it, which makes it really good for you. But I can't remember what it was. Same as this. I know this is good for me spiritually. Do you know what I mean? So I wear it. Do you know what I mean? But I can't remember exactly why. It's to do with evil eye or something, you know? And it's got the 7 knots on it. This one's got the 7 knots, but I know it's all based on the red thread or something. And it's got to be on the left arm. It's got to be on the left wrist, because this is the one that receives... Remember bits, because I've done this a few times now. It receives energy. Your left hand is the one that receives energy. Apparently. Don't quote me. I'm just trying to remember. See if I can get my brain working. I got it. I get signs and I just fucking got it, you know? I got a minute, I started feeling... Plus, you can be negative to yourself. Do you know what I mean? You can speak negative on yourself. Do you know what I mean? So I also bought it for that. I think, well, I'm being a bit negative. I'm talking, I'm ranting a bit, and maybe I'm not doing myself very well here by saying the wrong thing. Maybe somebody else is doing it to me, and maybe somebody else is hating on me. Plus, I'm a streamer. Do you know what I mean? So I just bought one. It's a piece of string. Does it really hurt? Do you know what I mean? Just to wear it, you know? Other people in my country would go, what are you wearing that for? Do you know what I mean? What do you believe in that for? You know what I mean? But it's not about that, you know? I've been in the bright lights of the world, and I've also been in the darkness, and I'll do anything to stay out of the darkness. Do you know what I mean? Do I have a family? Yeah, I have a family around me. I was away for 7 years. Away from my family for 7 years. 7 years isolated.
7 knots. Any possible similarity? Why was I gone for 7 years? And apparently you can just buy the string, the thread, then you make your own knots if you want to. The knot bit's not important, you can just wear the thread, I think. But it's basically do with evil eye, but you can also say bad things about yourself, apparently. So, fuck it, I bought one. I think the next time I buy one, I will buy one myself and I will make it myself, where I'm buying one that's made. I will learn a little bit more next time. I'm from England, mate. Red Fred, whereabouts in the world have you been, buddy? Were you ever in prison, buddy? I don't understand. It's a random question. The story about the Red Fred I just explained. But I don't understand. Whereabouts in the world have you been, buddy? Were you ever in prison? Kind of come out of nowhere, that bit. I've done 6 years myself. Not nice behind the door. Very lonely place to be. It can ruin your mind. Yeah, it's isolation, isn't it? Where were you been in 7 years? I was isolated. I isolated myself. So where John says he's been in physical prison, I was in kind of an emotional prison. Do you know what I mean? Funny enough, the person who had my flat where I was originally, he was in prison. I think that's why the flat went up for rent or something. He was in prison, I think. Or he come out of prison and went into that flat. I can't remember. Yeah, I didn't realise it come out of nowhere, that was all. So, no, I had to isolate myself for 7 years. So, isolation, that's what you can call it, isn't it? A dark depression with some health issues I had to deal with. And some ever shitters. Safety in your own, what do they call it? Your own, is it nest? Home? Is that what they call it? There's your nest, in it. It's the reason I don't tell all my stuff, buddy. I do what I need to on here just to be a little bit more. A lot of people won't speak their shit, you know? I'll speak my shit, but I won't speak my shit. There's certain stuff you can't say. Do you know what I mean? There's certain stuff that involves other people, and you don't want it to be about other people. You know, it's just about me. I am just being me. I don't have to bring in anything from my past to, you know what I mean? But I'll bring certain things in that I think that people would benefit from. And you also got to remember, I was just doing a stream with no viewers. So I'm just chatting down a stream. It's a bit like having a counsellor. You're talking. If you sit inside and you only keep it inside, you don't talk about it and get it out of you in an energetic way, even if you're just ranting, you know what I mean? You're walking back and forth ranting. You're still getting out. You're getting your point out, even though no one's listening. Do you know what I mean? So, I got a problem. I keep getting a mini pop-up. That's making it hard. I can't see the chat. I got to look on here now. So yeah, I don't say too much about that. I was isolated for 7 years. That was all. So I started to learn more about the spiritual side of things, the energy side of things, instead of just being about my liver's broke. That's it. Do you know what I mean? That person was bad to me. Now I don't like that person for all my time now because he was bad to me. Do you know what I mean? Like very physical world, very materialistic world. Now I'm more spiritual, so I'll wear that. Old me wouldn't wear that. Do you know what I mean? That's that. I speak about my stuff that might help somebody else, but I don't overshare, because oversharing is obviously going to affect other people. Do you know what I mean? So I don't want it to affect other people. So
I would love to film myself doing something with my family, but my family don't like to be on the camera that much. You know what I mean? So I don't do it. You know? Don't upset me. Just certain things you can't talk about. I think the world needs it. There's been moments in my life, I've watched people on the internet. I'm not going to say who. There's a girl I used to watch on the internet. She made me a bit stronger inside. There was another girl I watched on the internet, completely different to this first girl. The first girl was very much more spiritual based. The other one was much more materialistic, fucking driven state. So I had these two people that I'm watching. This one does things. She's doing things in the real world. This one's doing things spirit. So this one's like fixing cars. She's like getting up again. She's very physical. And then this one over here, she's like just doing stuff with her life. And I had these two people that I was watching at the same time, and it gave me power. They give me power. Like I'll have that bit of like that, and I'll have that bit of that, and it was just this nice combination. And they were both women. They were that I was watching at the same time. So it's brilliant. Hello, Sab. Is it Seb? Seb. Well, sometimes when you're suffering, somebody else hasn't got to suffer. Maybe you're suffering for them, eh? That's where that comes from. You know what I mean? The old me was very linear. Is that the right word? I try and use that word, but I'm not sure what that actually means. It's very materialistic. Very physical. The thread I'll do. I got beads, but they broke. There's like I got like tiger eyes beads. I've got lava, so I can put what do they call it? Essential oils on it, like the energy, the frequency of the oils. You know what I mean? I'll do anything. I don't meditate though. That's the one thing I need to do. I don't meditate very well. My head's a bit of a dark place when I go to try and meditate. It doesn't shut up. So it's not dark. It's just a little bit of I can't relax in there. Since my mum, 3 years ago, I was meditating all right. I think I was starting to get good at it. And I was doing a bit of yoga. It was all right. So I've got to get back to doing the meditation is something I need to do. I know that. I used to share videos with people on how to meditate because I know how important it is to meditate. Pray, meditate, whatever you want to call it. We've got a few thumbs up. Why can't I get this thing to go off the screen? Yeah, my mum said that to me years ago. The problem with you, Rich, is you're your worst enemy. Well, maybe my programming is my worst enemy. You know what I mean? Maybe I needed to reprogram myself. I didn't know what she meant though, but I did eventually. I remembered my mum saying that to me when I was in the system, and they were, was it her own worst enemy? And I was trying to explain it to somebody, and they said you're self-sabotage. Self-sabotage. I was like, right, you might be right there. My mum used to say I was my own worst enemy, and I was trying to think of this word, and she said self-sabotage. I was like, right. right, I get this now. I get this. So it's like, how many people out there are self-sabotaging? How many people have got an inner voice and they're not listening to it? You're self-sabotaging. You know exactly what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to do this. You're not supposed to do that. You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do that. And everybody's self-sabotaging. I realised that that's my inner voice was telling me to not drink. It was telling me to not do this. It was telling me not to do that. And I was doing it and eventually fucked me over. That was my inner voice. So I listen to my inner voice now. So you could use the word self-sabotage, you could use the word your own worst enemy, but my inner voice was telling me what was good for me, but I wasn't listening to it. So therefore I'm more spiritual. That's the way I look at it. And once again, it's not fitting on the screen again. Self-sabotage. That's why I was hoping to get locked up in a padded room. Look, can't take no tablets because my liver's injured, right? So can you just lock me up? No, we can't do that. All right, okay. And I was like, shit, how am I going to deal with this, man? My anxiety's crazy. Do you know what I mean? So then I started finding ways to deal with it without tablets. So, still get a little bit nervous now and again, still get anxious, still get moments, but I'm like, right, let's control this. Let's control this. Do you know what I mean? Traffic light, okay, everybody's got to wait for me now. I'm causing a problem here. It's okay, take a deep breath. You're allowed. You're allowed to do the button. You're allowed. They can wait, all right? You've probably slowed them all down now. You know what I mean? They're all in a rush. They've now slowed down. I don't actually think over that far, but, you know, learn to deal with it. I done all the system, mate. I did all that, and I had to figure out how to help myself because the system didn't want to help. They just wanted to give me a tablet. I had to find another way. That's where I am now. That's why I share what I do, because it works. I think the biggest message is to pass on. Listen to your inner voice. I don't care what you believe in exactly, but your voice, your inner voice is telling you for a reason, right? I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm not going to deny anybody's reality on this and that and what they believe in. Just listen to your inner voice. Whether you believe that's God, whether you believe that's an angel, whether you believe that's a loved one, whether you believe that's your higher self, I don't give a fuck. Do you know what I mean? My message is to listen to your inner self, your higher self, your inner voice, God, spirit, I don't know what you want to call it, you know what I mean? Listen to it. That's what my channel's about. I got to make myself look like a bit like a plonker, pushing that message. I think that message is always hidden in there. Do you know what I mean? That's what my channel's about. It helps me do things, and people can see me talk about stuff, and it always reverts back to the same thing. I know I'm drinking too much coffee. Now I can either sit there and just keep thinking about it and do nothing about it, or I can actually physically do something about it and buy some decaffeinated coffee, so I can wean my way off of the coffee. Off the caffeine, I mean, sorry. Yeah, I can't get the screen to show the freaking full thing again. There it is there. I'm alright, mate, yeah. That's what I said to you, man. Texting is hard, you know what I mean? When somebody messages you via text, I don't get the emotion. If you type, like, if I could see people type and they were like, I can see you're angry at me. Do you know what I mean? But if you're typing like that and you're like, got a nice soft face when you're typing, do you know what I mean? Oh, I can see the energy in the words. I can't always feel the energy of what somebody sends to me. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes I can, but it's also just text in words. You know what I mean? You don't get the emotion from it. So, do 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 do. I'm sitting here knowing exactly what I got to do. My decision today was just to stream, to see what happens on my stream. The iPad, being given an iPad tells me to stream. That's the first time anybody's ever asked me about that on my stream. And I was thinking, do I say it? Don't I say it? Why can't I say it? Why do I feel like I can't say what that's for? Do you know what I mean? So I've said it. No one's ever asked about that before. I've always wondered why people don't ask about that. Because I'm on my stream, you know what I mean? quite, well, not regularly, but I am on it quite regularly. I'm on it a lot today, 3 hours. This is going to be interesting. How much data does this use? Because this is my longest stream ever. This was my my mum used to spend a lot of time on an iPad. This was my mum's. So I look at this as two ways, you know. It's given to me by a family member, and it's given to me by my mum, and this is my mum's way of telling me, fucking stream. Alright? I wear something because of my mum, but I don't know where it is. Here, this is going to be rude. I don't know if you can read it. Right, so I'll tell you what I did, right? My mum passed. My mum's not going to be around, okay? I'm not going to say too much about what happened with my mum, but I thought to myself, if I ever get a bit, you know, whatever, I need something. I'm going to need something. So I infused this with my mum. My mum's in here, right? And if I ever get fucking pissed off with people trolling me or whatever's going on for me in the world, whatever I've had to put up with that people don't know about, right? I just got to read this, and I've got all the energy of my mum inspiring me. So the camera's out there. I keep forgetting about that. Let's see if it's readable on here. I'm curious because obviously this is on a phone for me, but that's what that says. I used to wear it a lot, but I'm wearing that at the moment. I used to wear that. So if I ever need it, I read it. And it's basically, to me when I read that, fuck them, Rich. You keep being you. You do you. You're needed. Do you know what I mean? It says keep fucking going. Alright? Never stop. And I will never, ever, 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 ever stop. I will never, ever, 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 ever give up. No matter what. My mum couldn't breathe for more than 10 years. Struggling for breath. You know what I mean? Gasping to get the breath. Living on that knife edge, that cliff edge. For fucking 10, 15 years probably. I don't know exactly how long it was now. Fucking not nice people. I ain't never given up. Fuck that. You know what I mean? Women have inspired me. My mum's probably inspired me the most. There's probably 5 women that have inspired me. Not one man. Not one man's inspired me. I suppose there was a guy once at AA. Yeah, I've been I like me signs. I like my signs. Sometimes you've got to create your own sign though. Sometimes you've got to wear your own sign. That's my little sign, that is, baby. Keep going. No matter what they do, keep going. Don't stop. Be you, even when I feel like, I feel a bit more, I would say now. When is it now? I'm not sure what month we're in now. Is it October? I think it's October. October. I say at the beginning of the year, I was filled with my energy, but I didn't think I was going to fix the sleep problem. I now realise I can fix the sleep problem, but I've lost some of my energy. Do you know what I mean? So now I kind of like, I've got a bit more anxiety about me now than I did have beginning of the year, end of last year, middle of last year. I've got this anxiety, you know, it's floating around on. I know that that is bad. It's trying to stop me being me. I need to fight that anxiety. Let's just call it anxiety. I need to fight it because it's keeping me held back. It's stopping me evolve. It's stopping me being what I was truly meant for. Do you know what I mean? So I have to now, even when I feel uncomfortable, I have to fight the anxiety. I have to fight the energy. Not because I'm ill or I'm broken and I've got anxiety, because it's trying to stop me being me and I need to fight it. Do you know what I mean? Which is not nice because I'm sitting here fighting something, you know what I mean? So that's what I got to do. Not yet. I don't know how to answer that because I can't see the whole message. I'm no expert on phones. I bought a brand new phone, my first phone in 20 years, and I don't understand how to use a fucking thing. I could read one sentence of that message. I couldn't get to the rest of it without probably worrying about killing the stream. Yeah. So at the moment, I'm fighting a little bit of anxiety, but I know that's not for my positive. Anxiety stopped me being a professional darts player. Anxiety, I'm not saying I would have been a pro. Being a pro darts player is not easy. I think I could have made it county. Do you know what I mean? I think I could have been a pro footballer without the performance anxiety. But I'm only making that judgment by watching football for years and seeing what some professional footballers were like. And I think, how the fuck are you a professional footballer? Do you know what I mean? I got that kind of thought from that. So. See you later. Have fun. I will. I just got to get going out. First day of going back out. And it's colder now. That's the fucking... I've never thought about that part. The weather's changing now, isn't it? So it makes it a little bit harder. I got to get some lights now then. I bought expensive lights 2 years ago, so I'd have some decent lights, and they broke within 4 months. So I might have to reevaluate and buy some new ones, so I haven't got an excuse not to ride my bike because my light don't work. Got to stop the blockages, people. Got to stop the blockages. One of my blockages was caffeine-free coffee, or a decent cafeteria one. So I've now removed that blockage. I've got my iPad now. I haven't got that as a blockage anymore. I can't see chat. I can't do a menu. How am I supposed to cook in here if I can't switch to the menu? Do you know what I mean? If I can't watch the little video and tell me how to cook that bit, you know? So we haven't got that blockage anymore. I just remove blockages. Everything's energy to me. It's not physical. I haven't got an iPad. I'll buy an iPad. That's not physical. I'm buying it. I'm going to buy it. Intentions buying it. Do you know what I mean? I haven't got the right coffee. I'm going to buy the right coffee. It's not physical to me. Everything's energy. So what we got to do now? Make a shopping list. That's a step to leaving this house. Salad, pepper, mushroom. I got some chicken. I got stir fry here. We'll get some vegan stuff. Not that they got what I want in there anymore. They fucking stopped doing all my shit. I'll make a jelly tonight so we don't have any sugar. I know it's pork, but my joints might need it. I'm going to play my game later. We're definitely playing my game. We're not into it. We're not looking forward to it. But it's new. So let's fucking play it. That was never a thing. That was never a problem. I said I don't have a game that I'm kind of... is new. So I didn't want to stream my game because I'm not getting any views. But that could also be the fact that the game that I'm playing, people aren't interested in it. So I thought, well, until I get a new game and I put a different title at the top, I can't judge if I'm not getting any views because it's the game I'm playing or if it's because whatever. So we've got a new game. We've got to play our game tonight. I wish I had a magic wand and go poof, and then my PC was in there, all set up, ready to go. I could go in there and start exercise. I'd exercise in there. Right. I'm not spending too much money though. I'm still keeping my backup plan going. My van. My van is, what would you call that? That's home base. I need a home that I'm not worried about losing. If my rent was only 400 or 500, I wouldn't be worried about my rent because it'd be easily to find that money. But to find 950 is not as easy. So I have that little worry there. That's why I wanted the van. So I haven't got the worry about the rent. You know what I mean? If my rent was only 400 or 500, which is what it was, I wouldn't mind. So it wouldn't bother me. It wouldn't be a worry. I don't mind being homeless. I can handle that. So I won't be homeless for very long because I don't like sitting on my ass on concrete. My ass can't take it. So I slept rough a few nights. Slept in a hostel for a week or two. So I was in the Scouts. I know how to make a bivouac. So I'll be alright. And if I need to, I have got money. I've got money tied up in something. If I needed to, I could sell it. All I want, really, is a plot of land to help my kids have a decent start in life. Because fucking mortgages are expensive. So I'm a bit... Because I was disappeared for 7 years, I lost the chance to teach my kids stuff that I wanted to teach them. Which would help them either by giving them a property to live in, because I would have bought some land by now and I would have built to the kids, or flats or whatever. Then they'd have somewhere to live. So I missed out on that, and I missed out on my training. I did my training for electrics and plumbing, but I missed out on the chance to do it regularly each day, where you get all that competence and that speed of doing it. So, hello Taken, how are you? Just, there's a delay here. I'm seeing the message there before there. I don't know what the delay is. 6:39. The fucking time's wrong. Does anybody know how to change the time on an iPad? I got Battlefield 6 now taken. Gonna play that later. It's not a competitive game, but it used to have a little competitive mode on it, but it wasn't played right. Because it was a game with tanks and that. They were playing 5v5, I think. So there weren't no tanks. The bit I was playing in. So we got a new game. Got something to do later. Right. We didn't do this either. This is another reason I stream. It makes me drink some of my shits that I'm supposed to do. I've not done this now in 3 days, so that means I've not drank water in 3 days. Just got to create, like I said, I've got all the ingredients for my comeback. The greatest comeback in the history of this YouTube channel. Just got to start doing them. Here's one. Two boys. Hence I get a bit annoyed that I can't have a drink with them. So there's a dad out there somewhere that is thinking he might need to quit drinking. He's drinking too much. And he can come and see my channel, and I can't have a drink with my kids now. Do you know what I mean? So that really bothers me. So if I talk about my shit, there's a dad out there that might actually quit and be able to have a drink with his kids. And he won't be sitting there fucking being so pissed off that he can't have a drink with his kids. Not saying that you all need to have drinks with your kids, but in our country it's a very big thing. Do you know what I mean? A lot of people look forward to finishing work on a Friday to go down the pub and get drunk. Do you know what I mean? A lot of people look forward to going home on a Friday so they can have a drink that night and have a later night because they've been getting up early every day. You know what I mean? So that's why I do my stuff on it, right? So maybe some dad out there is thinking he might need to quit drinking, but he's not doing it like I was doing it. I was sitting in a pub many times thinking I needed to quit drinking. Was I fucking listening to my inner voice, my higher self, my spirit, God, the divine, whatever it is? I'm not trying to say what it is, you know? Because it was definitely trying to help me. Is he going to hit that car? Oh my gosh, he just hit that car. Why have you gone back again, dude? I swear he just hit it again. So yeah. Two, mate. And one of them was really into the same games I was, so he was getting close to being able to play in my team. That was another thing I missed out on. That was a bit of a gutter as well. I'll go on then, finish it off. This is not a nice one to drink. Very good for you, but not nice. Oh. Next step. Put a bloody jumper on so I don't feel cold. I used to do like first person shooter teams. He used to love like watching me play, and he wasn't old enough to play because he'd have to go to bed. I wouldn't play my games until they were abed, so he couldn't play with me. Do you know what I mean? But obviously when you get to a certain age, kids can stay up later. I could have played a game with him. We would have done all right. Because if you can teach somebody exactly how, you can try and say whatever. You've got to understand this is back before there was lots of streamers and there wasn't webcams and things like that. So you were trying to explain to people what you were doing in certain positions, so they could understand it, and then they could replicate it, and then you didn't have to do that position, they could do that position. But I have my son living with me. If I could get to him at that age and I could teach him exactly what to do, because I can point at my screen with my fingers, I can make him into an epic player. Do you know what I mean? And it's perfect, you know? And just like, maybe we'll have a little LAN room. So he'll have his monitor there, I'll have my monitor there. There was years ago I played this team, and everybody wasn't sure if they were cheating because they were really good. Do you know what I mean? And I didn't play them that often. I played them once because they were like right up the ladder. So we were like, let's say we were ranked 100, they were ranked 1. Something like that, yeah? Right? We could have been ranked 40 or 50, but we played too many games. You know what I mean? They were only playing 1 game a month, so they're always going to be number 1. They're not taking chances. We were taking 5 chances a night. We were playing 5 matches a night. So we were going, maybe we'd win 3, but we'd lose the last 2. Or we'd lose the first 2 and win the last 3. We were always in a positive, but we always kind of stayed in that 70, 80, 100 rank. And there was a team out there. And I remember people were saying they were cheating. They were just too good. But then I think a LAN come up and they realised that they were brothers. There's 3 brothers playing together, I think it was. And they're sitting there watching each other's screens. It's a fucking massive advantage, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? So I thought, I've had my son, and I could see his screen, and he can see my screen. I can now help him quicker than he can communicate, and we're just helping each other a lot quicker. Do you know what I mean? Which would be very good and competitive. Do you know what I mean? So that's why I connect it all together, like, you know what I mean? So I could have played the game with him, with his monitor there. I can get information off his monitor. I can get information off my monitor. And now, you know what I mean? You can be that % better than some another team because the reaction time's quicker. So missed out on that, sadly. Missed out on bringing them up. I missed out on teaching them some stuff, and I missed out on working with them possibly. And apparently, my eldest son, who I thought was going to be more, he actually tried to learn how to do painting, and I went around. Not that I'm the best painter in the world, but I could have showed him some stuff that I learned, you know. I didn't realise he'd ever want to be that. My youngest I thought was going to be like that. So I got those regrets, you know. Can't have a drink. Missed out on bringing him up at that important age, do you know what I mean? This is quite a long one. I wonder how much data this one's using up. 4 hours. Yeah, I'm going to play it later, mate. So if you want to come on and say hi, you can give me a thumbs up. Right. I think yesterday I was a bit more motivated. Today, I'm not as motivated as I was yesterday. I kind of ruined yesterday's. I had some really good signs yesterday. Really made me feel like, right, you got to do this, you got to do this. It's meant to be, you have to do this. getting some subs when I was offline, and getting some signs when I was like, what do I do? 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 And then I get the iPad, and I'm thinking, oh, fuck it. Let's do it. Let's do it, baby. Oh, they're like in their 20s, mate. They're in their 20s. So I kind of missed out on that little bit of teaching them at that age, that important age, you know, that decision time, you know, when you're getting a girlfriend, your first girlfriend, your first, you know what I mean? Your first love, your first kiss, your first time you do whatever, the first time you drink, around the time people start maybe smoking and stuff like that. I could have really given my energy on that one. Look, it doesn't fucking do nothing for you, right? I've never danced because I had a cigarette in my mouth. I've never sang because I had a cigarette in my mouth. I've never chatted a girl up because I had a cigarette in my mouth. Alright? What it does is make you fucking eat at your wallet, make you cough, and it eventually fucking kill you. Do you know what I mean? It does nothing for you. I would not have said that about booze, even though I drank way too much booze. I would have explained that at least it does maybe get you out of your shell sometimes. That doesn't mean you should do it to an extent. You know what I mean? If you do feel nervous or anxious and you feel that you're burying yourself in booze to remove the anxiety, that's not good either. You need to work on yourself. So I missed out on all that shit. Do you know what I mean? But I didn't actually know that one for myself back then. So yeah, they're in their 20s, mate. I don't want to say too much. I sit on here, I talk about this. There's a dad out there, and this might help. And I know it does help because I've seen it happen. There was an alcoholic I was chatting to outside of a shop. He was fucking super nice. He was so nice. I had no money. I hadn't eaten for 2 days, and I didn't mean it in a moany way, and I wasn't trying to get money out of anybody, but I accidentally let it slip. And he was trying to give me a tenner. I said, no, dude, I don't want the money. No, you have it. This is an alcoholic, mind. You don't understand. When you've got a real alcoholic, they're counting their pennies. Do you know what I mean? Because they want to get their next hit of cider or alcohol or whatever. Do you know what I mean? They need to think about their pennies. You know? So I remember him. I didn't mean to help him. I was chatting about my... so what's your deal then? So I fucking fucked my liver up, mate. Don't like myself very much. Do you know what I mean? Because I was listening to my inner voice telling me to quit. And I wasn't fucking doing it, mate. And I think I was on a bit of a dark day. You know what I mean? And he was listening to me, and the next day he wasn't there. I said, where is he? So he's fucking locked himself in his room. He won't come out. Do you know what I mean? So what do you mean he's locked himself in his room? So he won't come out. He's trying to quit booze. Because he's heard all the shit I was saying. And now my life has turned into shit because I didn't quit booze when my inner self was telling me to do it. He's listened to everything I said inadvertently, and he's gone home and he's fucking locked himself in his room and he's trying to quit booze. So I know this shit works. Do you know what I mean? Some people just need to hear it from somebody else, you know? If that is a way, if no one helped you, or you didn't get help, or you didn't help yourself, you're there being helped all the time. You're just not listening. Your inner voice is helping you. It's trying to lead you the right way for your life. Does that make sense? That's why I talk the way I talk on it. Somebody out there might need to hear this. I know it's happened a few times. There's at least 3 people that I can say that reacted that way to the things that I might have said. Do you know what I mean? There was another girl. She was drinking when she woke up. Yeah, when she woke up, she had kids. She was drinking when she woke up. I said, how's it going now? You drink? She said, well, I don't drink when I wake up anymore. I drink it now like dinner time. Well, that's better than what you were. Do you know what I mean? Fair play to you. Do you know what I mean? I know she probably improved on that over time. I don't know. I stopped seeing her. I was volunteering at the time. So... and there's another one as well. And I think there's a couple more, but I can't remember. Got to brush my teeth. Yeah, I figured it out. We got to do this. This helps me do good things for me. Plus, it's good for other people. Plus, I kind of enjoy doing it. In today's world, a teenager, as my title says, I am just being me. So be you. You know, there's number one, all right? Listen to your inner self. Listen to that voice that is talking to you now and again, and it's the one leading you the good way. There's another one. Never give up. There's another one. Do you know what I mean? Now, you can elaborate on that, but it is as simple as that. You can use that anyway, you know what I mean? You feel somebody's not good for you, a friend, he might be your friend, but he might not be good for you, and you know that inside, but you're not listening to it. Maybe down the line, that friend will do something, and you'll realise your voice that was telling you it 10 years before, you've now gone through 10 years of shit that you wish you left this friend earlier. Do you know what I mean? Listen to your inner voice. It's fucking helping you, man. Whatever you call it could be God. God's talking to you. Let God lead you the right way. I don't know what it is, you know what I mean? Just saying. There's a big one there. Do what you want to do, you know? Be you, you know? I did jobs that I hated. Fucking hated. Ruined partial parts of life that I enjoyed. I used to enjoy playing darts. I took a job, shift work. Fucking hated it. Absolutely hated it. Despised it. It was like having depression but not knowing you got depression. Do you know what I mean? Fucking despised it. Despised the job. Hated going in there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And I wanted to go at darts on 6 o'clock. And I was miserable at 6 o'clock because I couldn't go at darts. And I was picturing everybody else was at darts, playing darts. You know what I mean? And there's me stuck in this job that I had to take just to pay my rent. Instead of retraining at an earlier age and having confidence in myself and believing in myself and taking that forward to learn a trade that I want to do or do something with my life that I want to do. Do you know what I mean? Which is how I think now, you know? Do what you want to do, you know? At least try and be what you want to do. At least try. If you don't make it, it doesn't matter. You've tried. Don't have that regret, you know? Wish I did this, I wish I did that, you know? There's not really a free thing. I think listen to your inner self and follow it, you know? Follow your heart. Hello, Faith. Inner voices, you know, if it is good inner voices, listen to them. Everybody got their own, whatever you call it. I don't like saying a specific thing because there's these arguments out there. You can't be a vegan because then the fucking carnivores are going to hate you. So now you can't get the carnivores to talk to the vegans because the vegans, oh, now the vegans don't like the carnivores. Oh, we can't talk. We're not allowed to be a part of each other. Well, I'm against you, you're against me. You know what I mean? All that shit, you know? Listen to the good voice inside of your head. Do you know what I mean? Inside of your heart. If it's coming from here, you need to start taking a step back, you know? Get it from here, you know? I don't know how old you are. I don't know how old you are, right? But depending on where you are in life, there's certain thought processes that are going to be going on. Which ones are serving you and which ones aren't, you know what I mean? You need to get a job. All right, you need to get a job, but what do you want to do? Listen to yourself. I need to get a job, yeah. But do I want to enjoy my job? Well, I'd like to enjoy my job. So then what job could I do that I enjoy? You know, listen to your inner self. Don't just say, this is here, got to get a job. Yeah, but what do you want to do? What do you want to do? Do you know what I mean? That sort of stuff, you know? Live your life like that. But obviously, you know, this is modern society. You have got to pay your way a bit until they revert everything back to how it is, how it should be, where we can just live off the land and shit like that. Like, do you know what I mean? You've got to live in the society that you live in. So that is literally it, man. Listen to your inner voice. Listen to this. As genuine as that. And as long as you listen to this and you follow it, you won't have their one. I said, you know, don't have a woulda, shoulda, coulda. You know, I wish I did this, I wish I did that. That one doesn't become a tip because you're listening to this. Do you know what I mean? It's as simple as that, but it sounds so spiritual and all that. I wish it was so easy and all that. It's not like that in the real world. It is like that in the real world, people. Do you know what I mean? I've got a rent of nearly £1,000 a month. I could take a dead-end job tomorrow and I could get by on it. Would I enjoy my life? No, I'd be in misery. Absolute misery. Do you know what I mean? So I know what I need and what I don't need. I've just got to follow into that, you know? Whatever that is for you. You know what I mean? Listen to your inner self, whatever that is, you know? Your inner voice, your inner knowing. Because it's true. It's talking to you. Follow it. So do what makes you happy. You know what I mean? It's such a simple thing. I need a new game. I got a feeling games of like I do need that, but I got a feeling I've lost a bit of energy for games. I spent way too many years playing games, not cheating. Seen way too many cheaters. I've seen too many bullies on the games, too many haters on games, too many, so much negativity in games. I've lost a bit of a love for games. Do you know what I mean? But I do need something in my life to look forward to. So that, to me, a simple thing for me is I need to get a game. So I've forced myself to buy a game recently. I know I need that, so I'm just doing it, I'm listening to my inner self. Look, you need a game. You can't sit there twiddling your thumbs looking at YouTube all night long. Do you know what I mean? So I need something to break up my evening. So I need a game. So I bought a game. Is it the game I love? No. Would it become the game I love? Probably not. But will it give me something to do each evening when I'm struggling a little bit or whatever? Yeah. So I've listened to my inner self and I followed it. I bought a game that I didn't really want to play. But fuck it, it's new. That is literally it, man. You know what I mean? Follow the signs, baby. Good signs, though. Don't be stupid. You know what I mean? Just use your intuition. Follow your intuition. Follow your inner knowing. Follow whatever it is, You got to be careful what you say. You push a load of people away when you use the wrong words. So, I'm not very good with my words anyway. Never give up. Whatever it is, keep trying. One day. Live your life like somebody's watching. Do you know what I mean? Don't give up. I don't give up. It took me a while, but I can bravely say I'm a never giver upper. It's took watching my mum. It's took watching ladies on the internet. It's took once a lady walked into the mental hospital and I saw her and she inspired me. So she was visiting her mum who was really depressed, and I mean super depressed. I was super black. I let my kids down. You can't get blacker than that. Do you know what I mean? She was really depressed, and her daughter come and visited her with a big smile, big beaming smile, and she was going through cancer and cancer treatment, and she still had this big smile. And I remember I was laid on my bed feeling sorry for myself or whatever, feeling guilty or whatever, and this woman's in here fighting some disease that I'm not even there yet. Do you know what I mean? I'm not even, but I'm thinking everything's like that. You know what I mean? And I had to see her that day. She's a part of my inspiration. I always remember her. And her mum was crying her eyes out in front of her. And I think, hang on, your daughter's there. She's the one who's going through this horrible thing that she's got to fight. You've got a depression you've got to fight. Yeah? But she's got this physical thing that could cost her life. Do you know what I mean? And she was smiling to see her mum. That, to me, is a moment you will never get me to give up, I've got 5 women in my head that I can use at any moment in my time to make me just keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, never give up, never give up, never give up. True story, baby. Yeah, I'll play it. I definitely think it'll keep me busy for at least a month, I think. Whenever I play on there now, I'll have something current to play. My biggest problem is getting a view, and at the moment I'm playing a game that is not giving me views. It could be just the fact that the game, no one's playing it, but if I buy a more current title like that, Battlefield, when they see my name in the game live with my name being capital LIVE, I get people will join. I know they will. They've done it to me on my Everstream. When I used to play Apex and my name was live, I'd always get 2 people join after each game or 1 game. And I knew it was the person that I just played with, or it's the person I've just killed and they've seen my name. Do you know what I mean? Or I've just been the champion and they've seen the squad title at the top, and then they've joined the stream afterwards. I always knew it happened then. It never happened between. Does that make sense? Every time I finished a game, I'd have a viewer, and it was clockwork. Every time I finished a game, I'd get a viewer. So I know if I play this game with my name as it is, obviously I got to play better. Do you know what I mean? I know I'll get views then. So I'm finding ways to get views. Just so I don't care about fame. I want somebody to fricking chat to. Do you know what I mean? If you didn't smoke, I don't know who he is, bud. Sorry. I do that stuff, but I only do it at night. I don't do it in the day. And once I find a game, that's a guaranteed. I would never do that in the day. I would never drink beer in the day. Do you know what I mean? But once I find a game, let's say between 5 and 8, that means I'm not doing that stuff between 5 and 8. Do you know what I mean? So there's never 3 hours. I won't do it in the day. I won't do it between 5 and 8. I've only got the end of the night to worry about. And if I really like a game, I could probably play. I don't want to go back into that mentality, but I could probably play 5 to 10, no problem. So I don't need to do anything, you know? I'll probably be tired at the end of the day and I'll go to sleep without it. That's all I need. I need something to look forward to. Hence I bought the game. And one day I'll buy a TV license. If I stay here, if I stay in a flat or a home, one day I'll buy a TV license again. Because I don't hate TV. It's just I got bored of the monotonous, repetitive cycle of the shit that I was watching. Because I was watching it 18 hours a day. You know what I mean? So eventually I'll get it again and maybe I'll watch, I don't know, a quiz show once a day on there, you know? It's your new role model, is he? I don't know who he is, but so... Sorry. If he's a good role model and he's giving you good leadership, fair play. If he's not a good role model, listen to your inner knowledge. That's just what it's simple as that. We're playing it tonight anyway. We're probably playing it about 6 PM now because we're a bit behind. We've sat on here now for 4 hours. I'm curious how much data this is used. I don't know if I'll be able to find out. So I need to go wee. Yeah, been looking after our chief, and we've already got a slight problem in our gums. So, and my gums were starting to feel a bit better, so I've got to get this on top. Otherwise, we're avoiding dentists. Okay. We need to the weed, man. Put my shoes on now. We're getting there one step at a time. We've got a jumper. We've brushed our teeth. We've drank our water. We've been getting our signs that we want, whether that's feelings or whether that's somebody said something at a certain time. I gotta go back to my research. I finished. Oh yeah, you're doing your uni, weren't you? I'm working on right now. I'll help in your stream again, but no. No worries, mate. Catch you later. I'll be playing Battlefield later. I'll have a go on that. I got a lot of the buttons set up now. Just need 2 more buttons set up, and then I've got the basics. But I'm just gonna play it. I used to be a perfectionist on games. Not anymore. I was perfectionist in life, I think. More negatively saying, you're crap at things. So I was trying to be... If you weren't good at anything, you were crap. Don't take that as gospel, what I just said. That's just me randomly spurting shit out. See you later, mate. Enjoy. Right, my neck does not feel as bad as it did, man. You don't understand. I've been... Where is that thingy? I got one of these. Right? The intention was I was getting a stiff neck a lot. Right? And I realised I was thinking ahead. So I was working on one of my problems. It's a small problem, but I realised it was happening. So I'm watching TV led down because I'm not playing a game. So I'm led down more than I would have been. And I'm watching the TV, but I never had one of these. So I just had 2 cushions. And I was always forgetting I got the bum thing. Do you know what I mean? So I thought I'd buy one of these and I'd put a cushion on it and my bum can stay above. And that's how I definitely bought it, for that intention. But I realised I'm falling asleep and I'm going to sleep on it. So then I'm turning to my left. Now my neck's getting all stiff because I'm fucking falling asleep on it. When the intention was to watch TV on it. But I'm falling asleep with it there because I haven't got a bed seat, look. So I got a bit of a stiff neck. I got other reasons I got a stiff neck, but I think most of the reason is in my positioning. So and having a bloody bun on your back makes me always keep forward a little bit. Just stretches out my muscles a bit, I think. No, buddy, I won't entertain that. I would rather be a vegetarian. If I had to choose, I think I would rather be a vegetarian. If I had to choose, if I could make a choice that it was so easy just to pick, right, what do I want to be? Do I want to be a vegetarian or do I want to be a meat eater? If I could literally choose on an app, I would choose vegetarian. If it was as easy as that, I would choose vegetarian. I know I could be a vegetarian. Once I vibe that, once I'm in that, it's a totally different way. Do you know what I mean? Fuck it, everything's energy, man. If you sit in a certain energy, you end up becoming that energy. You know what I mean? If you do something long enough, you end up becoming it. And it's a natural thing anyway, isn't it? When was it? Was it when I was fasting or not? Oh, it was this year. A couple of times this year I was like really feeling getting closer to vegetarian, vegan. Then started eating shit for a bit, started sleeping wrong again, got back on the stuff, eating some chocolate again, and then it's all gone. But I know it's there. I can get it back. Just got to implement it again. That's what I'm trying to do now. So we've woken up at a decent time, so I can't moan about that. So I've woken up at a decent time today. Now I just got to fucking go shopping. That's a bit of laziness inside of me there. It's creeped in. A lot of it used to be motivation, but today it feels a bit, come on, just fucking, and the weather's putting me off. The gym bit's not laziness, that's a bit more of a bridge. But I know the gym would be good for me. Yeah, if you want to talk like normal stuff, I don't mind answering, but obviously I'll ignore some stuff that is not, it's kind of anti my channel. Not that that's considerably anti my channel, but I don't mind responding to genuine stuff. How long is it now? 4 hours, man. I've been stood here now. I've been stood up for 3 hours. That's been good for me. I've washed up. That definitely helped my... standing here has helped my neck. But it's still not right. I got to figure out a way. I don't know if it's possible on a phone. If I say I was cooking something and I wanted to film it with that, could I still be on a webcam via the iPad? Is there like a camera on it that I get it to pick me up and then run it down the phone? Or is it all got to come from the phone? I'm guessing it'll have to come from the PC then. Or is there a... I don't know. Because I need to film some of my food sometimes. If I'm going to do some food, and like specifically do some food, some proper food, like make my bread, which would be not just me making... Once you've seen me do Sunday lunch once, it's Sunday lunch every Sunday. It's the same shit. But if I actually want to do what I want to do, which is keto meals, which I don't really want to do, but I know I got to. Keto meals, slowly when I start doing them again and I get into the habit of making them, it become normal for me again. At the moment it's like, oh no, it's just so easy to go over the road and get a chicken sandwich. Oh, it's so easy to go over the road and buy some chocolate in a bag. Why do I have to make my own chocolate? Why do I have to make a special keto meal? But once you start doing it, you're in the energy of it and it becomes your norm. Just got to get back into that energy of it. So, baby. Right. It's 3 o'clock in Gom. We have got to make a move. If we don't do this now, we're playing our game later. We might end up staring at it. I notice when we get on there a bit late, we don't play. So we got to get on there a bit earlier. Anyway, this is the longest one I've ever done. Oh, fucking hell. If I sit here like this for a full day, I think it might right my neck. We need to clean our house as well. We nearly bought a fucking vacuum the other day. They had a Prime deal or something and it was like 30 quid off this thing that I've been thinking about buying on and off for about a year. I didn't buy it last year and it come up again. And I was thinking, I'm feeling, I might buy it. And it was only a 1 day thing and I was missed out on it now. But I was going to buy it. It's one of those little handheld ones that I can go around all my worktops. And it's also got a little head on it where I can do my carpet a bit quicker. Because it was going to be a better battery on it, a bigger pot on it. It had been alright for me. And if I ever got a van, it'd go in the van. It wouldn't take that much to charge it. So we didn't buy it. Sadly. Got to buy a vacuum. We're buying a vacuum for Christmas. We've got to. But I won't buy that one. I want that one first. Then it's a bed. Bed, a vacuum, a bed. And that's it. I'd like an electric bike, I'll admit. Pondering. Not really pondering. Not wanting to go out. Let's do it. Let's get my bag ready. Dun, 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 dun. my neck. Fuck. Right, we got a game. We got a new game. We ain't got that excuse anymore. We just got to restart everything we've fell off of. Sadly. That's why I'm annoyed. It's a bit of annoyance going in because I keep going through this and I get loads of energy for it and fuckheads. So we just got to start again without the energy, sadly. We got to work harder than other people who are not willing to work on themselves. They're willing to hinder yours. That's all we got to do. Right. And we don't know how much battery we got left. We've got a little bit. That'd be another problem if I don't have any music to listen to. Oh my gosh, that's like... I've used music as a tool. Right, bag. Still haven't finished my son's bathroom. He's ordered a cabinet. What to do with cabinet. But he's got, I'm making him build it. And then I said I'll fit it next week. That's going to take me 2 afternoons because got to move the pipe work. At least I got a hole saw now. Never had a hole saw before, it was a nightmare. Right. Right then, let's turn the so it's kind of working, but the problem is I'm finding myself staring at the window, not the phone anymore, because I'm relying on the chat here. So I don't know if that's a little bit rude, because I'm not looking at that. Do you know what I mean? So, and it's not enough room. I'm trying to figure out a way of placing it where I am not looking down. It's kind of in line. Do you know what I mean? Because I did kind of talk a little bit out the window because of the things down there. Right. So we've made our decision. I think we need to stream, even though there's been some negatives today. I won't allow that. I won't put that on my pile to take me away. You know, we're doing keep fucking going, baby. Keep fucking going. Doesn't actually show up, does it? That's what we're doing. We don't need to wear it. We've got that one. Re-implement all our little bricks that we had in our foundations. It's the good thing now. I've done this so many times. I can do this quick. It's annoying as fuck the first 2 weeks, though. It's very annoying. To quit anything, to start anything new, or to restart something you've restarted multiple times and you're a bit fed up of it. But I definitely feel better when I'm doing that stuff than I do when I'm doing the other stuff. When I'm looking after myself and doing good things, I feel better. A lot better. When I don't look after myself and I'm putting bad things inside of me, I start feeling slowly flatter and flatter and flatter and flatter. And we're back to the beginning again now. We've got to like give ourselves a bit of a fizz. But we're not right at the bottom. Because we know what to do, people. We're experienced now. We are the perfect streaming machine. No, I'm only joking. We bought some keto-friendly chocolate, but we were eating unhealthy chocolate at the same time because we were in a kind of pondering what we're going to do. I'll do my beard. Sadly, we got some grey hairs, so it makes the beard look really messy if you don't give it a comb. Because the greys stand out, baby. Right, hair's done. Keys in pocket. Keys in pocket, people. Keys in pocket. Got my bag on. Turn my light off. We got a game to play later. We got to go out now because we got an iPad now, so we can keep an eye on chat. So when we get the trolls, we can see how. You can't tell by one message if they keep doing spam messages and they're always horrible. You can't tell it on the phone.
give you a list, and it gives you one message, and then you can't see the next one. So I've got so much DIY I need to do. These sinks here fills up. That toilet still needs more cleaning. I already started cleaning it. It took me about an hour. My ceiling, look at my ceiling. See that? That's been needed to be done for a year. You know what I mean? And sadly, it started off about, where is it? Let's go about here. It started off, I can't even get it to be the right size. It started off only being about that big, yeah, because I didn't do it. Because I was a bit down and didn't want to do it, and I procrastinated as well. It turned into that. Because it was a peeled bit that was peeled, and because I unpeeled it and prepped it ready to do it, because I was feeling a bit better, because I didn't do it because I got unwell, it ended up, the whole lot of it went, because it had, when I was having a shower or a bath, sorry, I had a bath mainly, it was going in the gap, and then it was just making it all peel. So then I lost the whole ceiling. Now I need to do an even bigger job now, because I didn't finish it when I was motivated to do it. So that's it, baby. Right, got money. Got my money. Got a game to look forward to later. We're not loving it, but it's a new game. That's the most important thing. This is a new game. So keys are in my pocket, or I done that bit, didn't I? Putting our copper bracelet on, we're hopping it. It's supposed to be good for the joints. So we're trying it out, baby. Got that on. Right. I'm off, people. That's a long ass stream. Is my hair falling down? Yeah. We got our hair cut in a year. Getting it done, baby. Right, see you later, people. Have fun. We've made our decision. We need to stream. We need to stream our stuff, though, when we're actually doing stuff, not just chatting. No kind of point to what I'm doing. It needs to be either I'm doing my gym, cooking some meal, whatever, maybe I do some DIY. That's what I need to do. Catch you later, people. Have fun. Many thanks for the chat. See ya. I'm going to see how much bloody gigabytes I've used for this. See you later. Many thanks for the thumbs up. Appreciate it. Bye.